7 o'clock.
I can start for you.
Oh, wait, no. We'll wait for the clerk.
Reached out to see if she's having tech issues.
Oh, there's Marnie. Hi there. I think we're ready to roll, people. Good evening. It is Monday, April 12th. Welcome to the City Council meeting. We're glad you're here and joining us tonight. We're going to start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to
the flag
of the United
States of America,
and to the
to the republic
for
which
which
it stands,
one
one
nation,
under God,
indivisible,
with liberty
liberty
and justice
and justice for all.
That was a beautiful cacophony of our voices, so thank you, everybody. Next is roll call. Madam Clerk, please.
Councilmember James.
Present in Ferndale, Michigan.
Mayor Pro Tem Leaks May.
present in Ferndale, Michigan.
Councilmember Mikulski.
Here in Ferndale.
Councilmember Polika.
Here in Ferndale, Michigan.
And Mayor Piana.
Here in Ferndale, Michigan. Next up is the approval of the agenda. And we do have County Commissioner Charlie Cavell with us tonight. And please recommend putting him at first on presentations.
I move that we we approve the agenda with the addition of 5A, County Commissioner Charlie Cavell.
Support.
Moved by Polika and supported by Councilwoman Leaks May. Sorry, Councilwoman James.
You got it.
Sorry. Madam Clerk, please.
Councilmember James.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Leaks May.
Yes.
Councilmember Mikulski.
Yes.
Councilmember Polika.
Yes.
And Mayor Piana.
Yes. Next up is electronic meeting procedures. Last council meeting, or I think it was 2 council meetings ago, I reauthorized the local state of emergency that allows the city to continue doing electronic meetings until the pandemic ends. I believe that's right.
Through the chair, until June 30th.
Until June 30th. Thank you. All right, so we're continuing as status quo, and we'll review the city council call to audience procedures when we get there. Moving on, we have presentations tonight, and first up on our presentations is County Commissioner Charlie Cavell. Welcome, Charlie.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Happy to be here with you all. I just want to give a quick COVID update. I'll give you where we've been and where we are. So in the state of Michigan, there have been 5.6 million doses of vaccine that have been distributed. Oakland County is still one of the only counties in the state that is able to put 90% of their shots in arms within 7 days of receiving them. In all of Oakland County as a whole, we have received 579,655 doses of vaccine. That is then bifurcated into 2 systems, the hospital system and then the OGov system. The OGov system has administered 241,825 doses, shots in arms. So what this all means, all these big numbers, is as of April 5th, everyone is eligible to get the vaccine. If you're over 16, that's 1,029,000 people here in Oakland County. And as of last checking a few minutes before this meeting, 40% of Oakland County residents that are eligible to receive at least the first dose have received the first dose. Last week, that was 35%. So we're starting to chip away at it. And as it goes to the 65 and up population in Oakland County, 68% have received 70% have received the first dose. And last week, 68% had received at least their first dose. So again, we're chipping away at it and we're cresting that wave. Also, if you have questions about how to be able to receive your vaccine, I am more than happy to make myself available. My cell phone is 248-807-4347, and I'll give that to the clerk, as well as a whole bunch of other bits of information, because now what we're seeing is, wherein a couple of months ago, you used to only be able to get the COVID vaccine at 5 locations or maybe 6. There is now a way to get it at Oakland County Save Your Spot, which has at least 11 locations, plus a mass vaccination site that can serve 1,000 to 3,000 people a day in Pontiac. At Ascension Providence, which has multiple locations in the county set up for vaccinations, at Beaumont, at CVS, at Ford Field downtown, at Henry Ford Health System, at Kroger, McLaren, St. Joseph Mercy, Surgeon's Choice, Meijer, Rite Aid, Walgreens, and Walmart. So the goal is to get it to a point where you can receive the COVID vaccine within 5 miles of your house ASAP. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions and also leave, since y'all have a pretty robust agenda. I was looking at the budget. Exciting stuff.
Thank you, Commissioner. I really appreciate you going over all the places to get vaccinated. I know that once everybody became eligible, all of these spots seem to have more vaccinations available to schedule appointment. So everything still needs an appointment, right? Still not doing walk-ups, or are there walk-ups available sort of at the FEMA sites?
Yeah, great question. So it's still recommended you get an appointment, but also keep your eye for Oakland County through any of the hospital systems you might have signed up for, because, yeah, to what you were alluding to, right, at like 5:30-ish, if a site closes at 6, times there'll be a few extra doses that they'll be willing to hand out to folks. Right, we're reaching that tipping point where we'll too many shots for folks.
Well, I really appreciate the update. Right now, our goal is to educate about the vaccine, encourage people to get it, and I think almost everybody on council, city council members, all have at least one vaccination shot, and hopefully we'll all be finished by the end of April. I think I'm the last one.
And oh, just to what you said, that made me think. So I got my first dose at the FEMA site at Ford Field, I don't know, a week ago or whenever. And I was talking to the people there, and they said that if you're older, the second shot doesn't affect you as much as if you're younger. So if anyone is feeling some kind of way about it, if you're younger, hopefully your immune system will kick in. You'll be able to lie low for a day. And if you're older, nothing will happen to you. So get it anyways.
Okay. And where is the best place to go to get information to sort of debunk the myths about the vaccination?
Great question. So where you can find Debunk the Myths, FAQs about any number of things, and also all of the sites that I just listed, where you can go click links to sign up, are at oaklandcountyvaccine.com. That's the Oakland County Government Clearinghouse. And click around all the tabs there. And then also you can call Nurse on Call, which is 800-848-5533. And that'll have a nurse that'll be able to direct you and take any sort of concern you might have.
Excellent. Thank you so much for being here and giving really great information about where to get vaccinated and still stay safe at the same time.
Heck yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night. All right, folks, we're moving on to the second presentation, which is 5B, which is the presentation of the fiscal year 2022 through 24 budget. And I'm going to hand this over to our city manager, Joe.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and good evening, council and viewing public. I will be presenting this evening's budget presentation. Included in the packet are a few documents that I'll just provide a review for the public's benefit. The first attachment is a detailed budget presentation. I'm sorry, it's the actual budget details. So this is what a traditional line item government budget looks like. This is a draft budget book. It reflects all of the projected revenue and expenditures that have been assumed by the finance director based on inputs through the departments, really since the budget process kicks off with the capital improvement planning in October. That is the actual thing that you adopt. The second attachment you don't adopt, but it's just a reflection of the presentation that staff in the city manager's office provided the council during the first budget workshop, which was held on March 27th. There is a link to that budget workshop in the video for anyone who hasn't watched it yet. There's an opportunity to do so on demand on the city's YouTube page. And the other attachment is a review of something new this year. It's called program inventory allocations. And that is because the city has really shifted its budget philosophy and budget process away from line item budgeting towards program-based budgeting. It's been a goal of city councils for some years and the city manager's office, and there was an opportunity to do so with minimized expense this year. So council approved that in June. The trade-off was staff would have to shoulder a little bit more of the learning process and rely less so on the contractor. So we've done that. And so as a result of that, it's taken about 9 months of concentrated work from the assistant city manager, Kyle Paulette. So I want to credit him before we move forward. But tonight's presentation that I will provide you will incorporate some glimpses of program-based budgeting, and Kyle and I will walk council through and the public through what that looks like, and then we'll set expectations about how program-based budgeting will affect the actual presentation of the budget in a more transparent way for the public moving forward. So without further ado, if you give me a moment, I will share my screen and I will bring up the presentation. Okay, if everyone could just give me a nod that they see my screen. Okay. Okay, so tonight's budget presentation focuses on fiscal 22. As you know, City Council projects a 3-year budget when you adopt it, but you actually only appropriate the first ensuing fiscal year. So in this case, we project 22 through 24, but you actually only authorize spending for 22. We've broken this out into 3 sections. There's going to be a brief revenue review, a review of program investments. This is really Kyle's opportunity to give us an update and an overview of program-based budgeting. Acronym alert, program-based budgeting is the shorthand version of that is PBBI. So if you see that throughout the presentation, that's a cue for program-based budgeting. And then we'll conclude with special revenue fund rate projections. Moving forward with just a general overview of the millage rates, this will be presented by a combination of people between the finance director and the city manager's office. So you, before I move forward, Kyle, can you make sure that Cheryl Stubblefield is available to speak?
I'm here.
Oh, okay, good. Thank you. And if anyone did review the packet, there's a more robust overview of revenue histories and a look back towards the 2008 recession that we can discuss. That's included in the packet, but for time's sake, we cut that out of this public presentation. We will begin with a review of the operating millage projections. This is based on current information that the finance director and Oakland County have collaborated on. You'll notice a few things here, and I'm going to ask Cheryl to walk council through the slight dip in 16.61 in fiscal 22, which is a reflection of the structural rollbacks through Headley. Cheryl, can you just talk a little bit about what?
Sure. The directive that I had received in the past from the council was to try and keep the operating millage. So the operating millage is made of 2 pieces. It's our operating millage, which is dictated by charter as 20 mills and then gets rolled back with Headley rollback permanently. And then there's a voted piece of the operating based on the Headley and the Prop A legal language. You are allowed to recoup some of the rollback by a vote of the people. So what you see, for example, in 21, which is our current year, the operating, which is the portion from the regular millage, was 20 mills. It has been rolled all the way back to 12.4436. And in 2021, this year, we were able to still keep our millage flat at total operating at 16.9917, with the voted operating being at 4.5481. So what happens in 22, we got our rollback factor, you know, Ferndale has a great growth rate, but that affects our millage. And so last year, the rollback was 0.9702, I believe. Let me see. Yeah. And then this year, it's 0.9711. So what is happening now is we are at the top of our voted additional operating. So now we can, the cap for us and going forward is going to be 4.532. Added together, we are now at 16.6157, which is a reduction of about a third of a mil. And then you'll see going forward to 23, 24, 25, where I have assumed the same rollback as 9711, and we will be reduced about half a mil each year going forward. And if you have any questions, I kind of know this like the back of my hand, so if I got to accounting verbiage, I apologize. Just please ask any questions that you have.
We would also identify, we do project outward to fiscal 26. That is red circled because that is the expiration of the 10-year voter approved millage that was approved in 2015. So you'll see in fiscal 26, the expired is there, and you can see how that is reflected in the millage rate. And we'll go ahead and also show how that translates towards property revenues for the city moving forward as well. And I will be pausing after each section for Q&A with council. This is a snapshot of what a mill value of a mill looks like in the region. And Kyle, do you want to just provide an overview of this slide you put together?
Sure. So the story behind this slide is that 1 mil depends on where you live. And we hear often, I know I'm guilty of this, of looking at another community's millage rate and thinking, well, geez, their taxes are so much lower than mine, or, you know, what have you. But the reality is that when you cross a municipal border, it's really apples to oranges, because the mill is directly based on the taxable value of all the property in the community. And so what this shows is what 1 mil is equal to in 2020 in our neighboring communities. So you can see very clearly Royal Oak would have to raise a lot less than 1 mil to match our 1 mil. And so when we look at millage rates, it really is difficult to compare when you're looking just at that number. Instead, you have to kind of look at everything as it is, because our ability to raise funds might be a lot more than Royal Oak Township, but compared to Madison Heights or Royal Oak, our larger neighbors who we do often get compared to, we don't really have that same ability to levy funds.
Well, I think a good thing to point out is if you're looking at Royal Oak 3 million and our 700,000, 1 mil in Royal Oak is worth 4.3 mils in Ferndale.
Yeah, so the point to go close that out is the millage rate is a function of the community's real property tax value. And when we look at real property tax value, we're talking about the properties, the industrial properties, commercial properties, and residential properties. And we pool all those things together, and ultimately that cumulative value gets broken down into your millage rate. And speaking of community-wide value, this is a projection of taxable value estimates. And now we do this based on input from Oakland County, who gets input from the state and other federal economic resources. Right now, the county is projecting 6% for Ferndale, and I think it's comparable projection, 6% increases over the next several years. And I think that's comparable in the region. So Oakland County has a healthy outlook for many of the municipalities in the regions. So Cheryl takes a conservative view on that and cuts that back to 4.5%. Certainly right now, coming out of the pandemic, we've taken a look back at 2008 because we want to understand exactly how disruptive events impact us on a micro and macroeconomic level. And in this case, we wanted to show you also, and this was a request from council, to take an even more conservative view and understand what that would look like if we peeled that 4.5 down to 4 and 3.5%. And so what Cheryl, excuse me, was able to show is that if you reduce that down to 4%, you're cutting that back about $58,300 total off the actual budget, and 1% would be, roughly $175,000, and so on and so forth. In fiscal 23, you see that accounts for inflation and other economic changes, and it's generally in the same ballpark. All of the taxable value and the millage rates really net out into our projections for property tax revenue. This is really the output of that equation. And I wanted to outline a couple things here. Number 3, the facts is the city council cannot adopt a deficit budget. We're showing you a deficit to demonstrate that there's a lot of significant either capital requests or programmatic requests that are made. So really the general premise here is you'll notice that the fund balance assumptions aren't changed. We're not recommending to use fund balance to offset structural deficits. What we are trying to say is, and this is what council does anyways, through the strategic planning process and budget process, prioritization will just have to be met to help harness the focused deliverables for the budget. And of those projected deficits, it's really capital intensive, and you'll see that through the capital improvement plan and through a correlated presentation later in tonight's agenda. $785,000 is related to municipal facilities needs. And so we understood that might be a problem. We have older buildings, and so city council at their strategic plan, and we'll talk again about this later, authorize the need to really take a good look at the health of our buildings and understand what the actual needs are so we can be as efficient as possible with our dollars.
Joe, if you could go back for 1 second, I do want to point out that fiscal 26, that almost $5 million deficit is a result of the voted Headley override expiring. So when that expires, it's going to leave us with almost a $5 million hole.
Yeah, thank you, Cheryl. So again, that's when we look at those holes, we look at again at prioritization and just reviewing what our strategic objectives are, and we'll have to do so at that time. What that looks like, projecting outwards to 6 years for a total millage. So the total millage includes other millages that we the municipality collect, which speaks to debt service, speaks to solid waste. In this case, the DDA and the Coon Drain assessment is what you would see on your property tax bill that are a function of the municipal government. What you don't see here are millages related to the library or schools. They're separate taxing jurisdictions, and we don't have any authority over them. So they might show up on your property tax bill, but we don't have influence on that. Those are separate taxing jurisdictions.
Can I just talk really quick about which millages are affected by the Headley and which are not?
Please do.
So the solid waste is affected by Headley. I believe in the charter that's 3 mills, or state statute, it's 3 mills, and we are, as you can see, reducing that each year because of the Headley rollback. The bond millage is based on a calculation of how much bond debt we owe. That is not affected by the Headley rollback. And the DDA millage is also affected by the rollback. Now, last year there was not a rollback for DDA, but this year there is a tiny one. Give me 1 second and I will tell you what it is. So the DDA their rollback is 0.9925. So that's that little reduction you see from 1.2958 to 1.2860. And then I projected that going forward as well.
Yeah, thank you, Cheryl. Actually, we can do a recap after Headley. So this is just another quick review of Headley. We've touched on this already, but Cheryl's factored in a loss of 0.9711 based on Oakland County's numbers. And if you put a value on that, that's roughly $500,000. So that's $368,000 that the city otherwise would have collected, but instead the state reserves that cash. So it's not trickled down to the local. If you see what that looks like in terms of a bar chart, I like to look at each line as a gas tank, a full and empty bar measure. And so the blue measures, the blue looks at kind of an emptying of the tank. And you can see without that Headley, the tank's a bit more empty and it's a bit more smaller. And we're closer in 2026 to 2014 numbers. So that represents about a quarter of our operating budget. And that slide, yeah, that looks back at 2014. So that 2015 is when the renewal, the 10-year renewal was approved. And then the other major revenue pool that we do share, or we do receive revenues from, is the state shared revenues. There are three functions, and I apologize for the chart, the Series 2 and Series 1. So there's constitutional revenues, and those are revenues that are articulated, the funding formulas are articulated through the state constitution that it shares a proportion of the sales tax, and that goes out to the municipalities based on a constitutional formula. You'll notice that is the more flat blue line. That doesn't really change. Looking backward, you'll look at the red line, and that reflects the statutory revenues. Now that does change. You'll see that dips in that column 5. That's actually the year 2011, and that's when the governor made an executive change through the legislature that ultimately changed the nature of statutory revenue sharing, the actual formula, and they created a new program called EVIP. And so what you see there is a significant reduction and a leveling off, really. They've never really replaced those revenues. And then the green line is the accumulation of all of those three things. The new feature for state shared revenues that we wanted to highlight is the city does have, we were an opt-in community in terms of marijuana. We do have currently 3 licensed retail establishments operating within the city. There's a lot of questions we get from the public about how that's impacted the city's bottom line. And we get the numbers from the state. We don't have any input on this. This, again, is a formulaic approach from the state. And we receive about $28,000 per retail license. And I think that is a function of the statewide sales tax collections and how that's distributed. I do know that the state gets revenue sharing first, then the school districts get their own dispensations from the state based on a formula, and then the local governments then receive our money. We wanted to take this opportunity because this is just, well, it's an outlier kind of year that we've had in terms of economics. And so we wanted to make sure that we did a general overview for the public and council to talk a little bit about one-time payments that we have that change the way the bottom line looks. Specifically for the current fiscal year 21, on the left column, you'll see the CARES Act support. That was Congress's initial stimulus plan that was approved last spring when COVID happened and we had the initial shutdown. Those funds were highly controlled and programmed and generally distributed through the state to the county. The only agencies that received direct funding with discretionary use were agencies with populations of over 500,000. In the state of Michigan, that only qualified Oakland County and Detroit. Every other municipality received funding, then it passed through the state based on some discretion from the state. As such, we've been approved. We've been submitting a lot of requests for reimbursement approvals. Eligible expenses would be PPE, public safety-based reimbursements for staffing during only the initial period of the shutdown. Public health-related expenses, if we could make an argument that we had to make an expense as a result of COVID, we did so, as well as facility cleaning. There were a lot of, and continue to be, extra sanitation costs that we take out of precaution. And so our facilities manager, James Jameson, has done a great job of doing that. So we've requested 2.1. We've received about 1.56. I take the opportunity again to acknowledge Kyle Paulette's efforts here. Early on, we knew that we needed one point person to kind of run all of these application processes. They're not easy. They're complex, especially through FEMA. It's quite process intensive. And you have to recognize that the federal government at the time wasn't prepared for this either. So they were also making up processes as they were issuing the initial cash payments from the CARES Act. So credit again to Kyle for really staying on top of that and securing that 1.56 million for us. So it was great. On the new side, you have the new plan, American Rescue Plan Act, and as many of us know, that was approved by the Biden administration in early March and pushed strongly for through the National League of Cities Advocacy. I know the mayor is highly involved with that, and Congressman Levin was a great advocate for this. So we appreciate both of those efforts because the NLC, the National League of Cities, really focused strongly on the need to support municipal governments, which were excluded deliberately from the CARES Act. And so how does this affect Ferndale? I still haven't gotten the actual projected receipt from the government, but at this time, based on the Michigan Municipal League and some other info we have gotten from Congressman Levin's office, we believe it's going to be somewhere between 1.5 and 2 million. That's us. So conservatively, we're budgeting for 1.5 million. We're assuming the low end. How it's distributed is over 2 payments in fiscal 21. The law actually requires them to distribute it within 120 days of adoption of the bill, which was on March 8th. So they have 120 days. The state has 120 days to get that to us. And so that clock is ticking right now. So we're estimating to receive that first payment in June. The day we receive the payment, 12 months from then, the second payment is owed. So we would expect the second payment to come towards the end of fiscal 22. So we'll realize those revenues then. There's a lot more eligibility. It's much more broad. This bill lends to local control. And so the biggest change up, and I've talked about this in interviews, is that this act allows for revenue replacements. It was designed to allow for revenue replacements because Congressman Levin and other elected officials listen to many of us who've lost several revenues, like we've lost revenue from the parking fund. Well, we had projected and we budgeted and counted on those revenues from a normal downtown healthy system like we would traditionally have in lieu of a pandemic to pay for the debt service on the dot. And so with the shutdown downtown, we've obviously lost those operating revenues. And so this legislation is designed to help fill that hole. And that is just one example. The rest of it is really discretionary. We could use it for any strategic council priorities. You could use it to provide awards for essential workers for the public health response initially. So that could be the DPW staff, possibly. They would be entitled to that now, should council decide to do that. And you can address areas of negative economic impact. So that goes back to micro grants for small businesses, supporting the DDA's approach for supporting the small businesses in the downtown, as well as our industrial partners and businesses throughout the city.
Joe, can you go back? I have one question.
Yeah, please.
I have a couple questions. So the CARES Act money, we had to submit a sort of a list of expenses that we qualified for, right? So the 1.5 is accountable for all of these 4 categories, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, that is correct.
All right, and as that money hasn't been deployed yet, is that the money still stuck in the legislature who haven't voted to pass it along to cities yet?
We've received some revenues. We haven't received all revenues. Some of that is still stuck in the FEMA process, a small amount of stuck in FEMA process. And I'm not sure if there's any log jams with the state, but it is dependent on the state distributing it.
Okay. All right, and then when did you say again that we would expect the 2 distributions, June and end of the year kind of ish?
I'd expect fiscal 21 to happen this June, and then the second payment would be the following June, 12 months from then. They would owe it to us.
And then just to iterate what I heard at the beginning of your presentation is that council will have to approve the budget without knowing fully how much we get, and then we'll have to decide which priorities where to allocate that money sometime in June. So the approval of the budget will happen first because by charter we have to do it by April 26th. Mm-hmm. And then we'll come back and figure out where to prioritize that money strategically as a council.
Yeah, that's true. And what we have an amendment process, and you'll look at the budget amendment process that we did, the mid-year amendment that we presented in December. You would really do that. That gives the council an opportunity to revisit the budget, reevaluate things, and make any adjustments. So at that time, we would have a better idea how to use the fund. The last piece of that that's important to understand is they also designed this bill with the flexibility of using 3 years to actually having to expend it. So we don't actually have to spend any of these funds until 2024. Now we are required to spend it by 2024, But they did that because we have some economic unknowns that we'll talk about. One, what, if any, impacts will there be permanently to our taxable value, so to our commercial properties, our residential properties, and industrial properties? And two, how is tax delinquency, how's delinquency going to be generally impacted? Are we seeing any trending increases, decreases in delinquencies? Right now, our data doesn't show that, but this considers the possibility of the economic impacts being a lagging metric for 3 years. And if you did look in the packet, you'll see our revenue look back in 2008, and that presentation at the council workshop shows after the 2008 recession, there was about a 5-year lag between the revenues really bottoming out and our property taxable value really bottoming out. This is not the same thing. This is a different kind of, it certainly is disruptive. The pandemic is disruptive, but it's less of a systemic failure as the housing market crash was. And so right now, the economists that we've referred to at the county and state level are viewing it differently, which is why you saw the county projecting a recovered taxable value.
Thank you.
The last revenue, which is just going to be a new revenue shown in the actual line item budget, is a transfer in from our general pension system. So last May, after the pandemic hit, we were exploring any and all opportunities available to us. And we had an early consult with our pension attorney. And we did note that we had what would be considered a 300% superfunded pension for our general employee retirement system. Now we've reviewed this many times over the past year, but I wanted to summarize it for the budget because it is noteworthy. So these pension costs can only be spent on pension eligible expenses. And so this would be for our general employee retiree healthcare costs. And that is an eligible expense for this pension. There are no other eligible expenses. There's no eligible class. Our participation is restricted to the people that paid into the system. And so, as you may or may not know, City Council in 1997 actually closed that public pension and shifted towards a defined contribution plan. So we were actually one of the first ones to do that. So we have, what that means in today is we have a lot of growth in terms of interest and investments for that pension fund and less demand on it because you don't have as many people on an annual basis demanding the funds. So all of that nets out into an approval by council and both pension boards for the use of the pension funds to establish a 401h healthcare account, which will now be the mechanism to pay for retiree healthcare costs. So to quantify that, what Cheryl has projected is a $600,000 expense that otherwise would have gone out for retiree healthcare costs will stay in the general fund. And that expenditure is going to shift to the 300% employee retirement system pension fund. So that was an important budgetary measure that the pension board approved of and City Council approved of in November, and that's going to be an impactful move moving forward. And I would also add the caveat that is subject to the demand of healthcare costs, right? So that number could go up, could go down based on the year. So it's not $600,000 wouldn't be a fixed scheduled amount, but Cheryl would have a good idea about what that would look like throughout the year.
Joe, can you go back to that slide? I do want to make sure that people are aware there's a clarification. The funds are, like you said, they're super funded at 300%. The city has actually not put any money in these funds in, I want to say, close to 15 years. Isn't that correct? About 15 years? We haven't put a dime into it. It's 300% super funded because the accounts have been well invested and the return on investment keeps putting money back into these accounts. So we've been very fortunate in how our pension funds have been managed over the last 20 to 30 years to allow us to have this kind of excess money in our funds. as opposed to a lot of other communities who are trying to find money to put in their funds.
Yeah, Greg, that's a good point. And I point out that Greg and the mayor sit on the pension board by charter. And so, yeah, you make a great point, and the pension attorney would say the same thing, that our problem of a Superfund employee retirement system pension is a good one to have. And there aren't a lot of communities that are typically in that position, and we found a way to leverage that to keep more money in the general fund, which is what we want to do. Before we move on to an overview of expenses and program-based budgeting, I do want to give an opportunity to ask City Council if they have any questions for Kyle, Cheryl, or I related to the revenues. If not, I can move on to expenses.
Been very comprehensive and clear.
Okay. So here's a review of program-based budgeting, and Kyle Paulette has put these slides together, and these are really good snapshots of what the software actually can do to visualize the distribution of funds. So Kyle, I'm going to just have you kind of loosely go through this with me on this. This first slide that Kyle put together actually pulls together the actual allocations by fund, and what you see here is really a good representation of fund accounting, which is a different kind of financial accounting system required of government and not really anybody else. So
Yeah.
the business world doesn't do this, the nonprofit world doesn't necessarily do this. This is unique to government.
Something is broken in that presentation you have. So let me share my screen, which should have the appropriate titles.
Do you mean to step out, or are you gonna?
No, I can take it over. All right. Are you able to see?
Yeah.
I know everyone asks that, but you never can tell. All right, so this is what it should look like. And what you have here is the traditional breakdown of allocation by fund. And this is the same kind of representation that you would see in the budget book if you were to go through and pull every number out and put it into an Excel sheet. I put the larger ones over $1 million into the pie chart, and everything under $1 million is on the right side of the screen. And obviously what you'll see here is the largest fund is the general fund, followed by the water and sewer, which make up 45 and 23% of our total city budget. Then what I did was take it a step further and put it into program terms. So as a regular resident on the street, I don't know what the difference between a general fund, a road bond fund is, etc. But if you were to tell me the largest expense in the city was public utilities, water and sewer, I would understand that. And so through PBBI, what we can do is find out what we're spending our money on in more general terms. And you see those results before you. So here you have the top 10 programs in the city, and this represents over half of the total budget. And when you look at this, if you were to have a conversation with any member of the public on the street, they would understand what you're talking about when you explain how expensive it is to work on city infrastructure like our roads and sidewalks, or our lead service line replacement program, or police and fire services. I then took the general fund, which is the largest fund, and broke that down by department. And what you'll see here is that the two largest are the police department and the fire department, followed by DPW. But what a lot of people don't know is that of the police department's allocation, a vast majority of that is in police personnel. And so police personnel alone, actual officer time, is 29% of the general fund budget. And then everything else, police, is about 3%. Same with fire. What fuels our fire department is our people. And that's what we are paying for. And same as before, anything over $1 million is in the pie chart. Anything below $1 million is in the chart on the right. Then I went back into PBBI and broke down what those funds are being used for in the police department. And so what you have here are the top police programs. It's about the top half because they have quite a few. And what you'll see is the vast majority, or not majority, but the largest chunk of allocation goes into patrol operations. And again, that is mostly personnel based, which we can see here. So here on the left is a breakdown of how funds are spent in the police patrol program. And you can see 84% of it is only on your everyday police officer. And then you have dispatch, your command staff, and then some accoutrement that's put in there based on FTE allocations. But it's heavily are people out in the community. And then finally, I wanted to sort of end on this overview portion with a, I guess, sort of preview of how this is going to be presented once council accepts and adopts the budget. So this is a cropped screenshot of the program-based budgeting website that we intend to launch the week of budget adoption after the 26th. And it shows you on the top various criteria that you can select, and then it'll sort the programs below, which is represented in the large boxes, by size, or you can do it by personnel, or you can sort it by the criteria that we use to score each program. So, once again, this will be a tool for residents to get in and sort of see generally what the city is spending money on, and they'll be able to go down to each of these boxes and see the breakdown as presented here.
Perfect. Thank you, Kyle. Do you want to hand it back off to me on my presentation, or do you want to stay?
If you could take it, that'd be good, so I can. attend to Zoom.
I was going to ask if I'm authorized to do so.
No, but you can.
Thank you, sir. I will pick back up. Okay, so how we have organized from here on out, that's essentially the revenue and expense overview bottom line. So how else we wanted to show this is we wanted to, as always, we organize our budget initiatives or highlights, key factors around our critical success factors. We really preach alignment based on City Council's strategic plan, based on our cultural values as best as we can. And so setting the stage for the future, for the ensuing expenditure framework.
Oh, can you expand the presentation?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry about that. I apologize about that. So real brief overview of the expenditure framework and what the next few slides are going to look like. One, we've already established the city budget outlines programs and services that we provide for the community, and we really do philosophically believe we provide programs, not line items, and that's something that we're going to continue to try to show as we launch the public portal that Kyle mentioned through the budget process this year. Two, as I said about alignment, we try to align ourselves with strategic plans. So you're going to see most of our highlights are related to strategic plan oriented initiatives that we fund, and you'll see that recognized with this stamp on the right throughout the presentation. And personnel requests that were presented, any significant shifts are always based around long-term succession planning objectives that we have, that we coordinate through directors, and those are presented to City Council at the workshop. We are organizing those highlights around these 8 critical success factors. In September 2020, Council updated and authorized the new strategic plan, which did add an 8th critical success factor, highlighting the importance of the value of climate adaptation and resiliency. That is a core function of city government in the city of Ferndale, and City Council unanimously agreed that we would reorient ourselves around a sustainable vision for governance. And so here, each section is going to break down into CSF, which is shorthand for critical success factor, and with the definition of that success factor as approved by City Council's strategic planning, strategic plan rather. So I won't bother to read all those out loud, but I will leave the screen on long enough for the viewer to read that themselves. After each CSF section, we will pause for questions from council if they have any for staff. And we will wrap up following that. So with economic prosperity, budget highlights really feature the master land use plan. This is a 5-year update. It's a plan that is required by statute. It requires all municipalities to update this on a 5-year basis. You'll note that this, by the stamp, this is a council strategic plan item in terms of adding a climate action plan component to it. So this will be the city's first climate action plan. Council agreed that it makes sense for us to add this scope of work onto the MLUP plan, which is highly intensive on gathering public input throughout the process. So it's probably the best opportunity to also gather parallel input on climate as well. And so the bid award is expected to be presented by the Community and Economic Development Department by June 2020. The first public engagement session would be expected likely around September 30th.
Joe, just to jump in there for a moment, that's 2021, correct?
Oh my goodness, yes, I'm sorry. It is 2021 now. Yes, thank you. This is a snapshot of what that program looks like in terms of just the actual budgetary funding request. So the actual allocation is shown here for the MLUP. CAP is shorthand for Climate Action Plan. And without further, before moving forward, does council have any questions for Jordan Torty and his team as it relates to the MLUP or Climate Action Plan?
Hey, Joe, I'm going to just go ahead and run it because it's doing that number thing with yours again.
I can't see what it's doing.
So it just says 1 and 2 for the legend. And this time I'll expand it. I'm disappointed that nobody yelled at me. You know, I would have yelled at you all if you'd done that.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Kyle. So if there aren't any further, well, are there questions of council before we move on to supported infrastructure? Okay. Without hearing none, we'll move on to CSF2, supported infrastructure. We'll leave that up there for a moment. This really is a critical success factor that says it's vital for us to reinvest in our infrastructure and maintain our assets in order for us to achieve council's vision. And so moving forward, we would highlight, next slide, please. Obviously, the lead service line replacement, that is a state mandate right now. A little note on that, we expect 400 lead service lines to be replaced throughout the fiscal year, which begins July 1, 2021. So this is just benchmarking the actual fund request to the actual activity for the fiscal year. DPW expects that to be about 12% of the verified lines should be replaced. And this is noteworthy. We'll touch on this when we talk about water rates, but it's important to acknowledge that that's double the minimum requirement by Eagle, and that was also a council directive to make sure that philosophically we were pursuing funding to enable us to replace as many upfront rather than just approaching it as a minimum required replacement per the statute. So we can talk about that and how that is a factor with water rates moving forward and the way we approach water rates moving forward. And then the second one, which we'll talk about later tonight, is the building infrastructure program. You'll notice the strategic planning stamp on that. We are pursuing a 2021 facilities condition assessment. That's going to be presented tonight by James Jameson, our facilities manager with DPW. And that's really going to, as I said, inform the prioritization for our capital needs based on good data. So we're going to be making data-centric decisions around all of municipal facilities in the interest of having the most efficient and effective use of public dollars for city facilities. And before I move on, are there any, oh, I'm sorry, next slide actually. We'll look at the program-based budgeting. So this is just a general breakdown. This one isn't more interesting because it's very capital intensive. The point to make here is that we had budgeted $800,000 to support generally the program and line verifications. So that's out of the actual water funds capital reserves. The second piece, the $3.3 million, is the amount of money that we can pull off of the Drinking Water Revolving Loan Fund that we applied for through the state. And that ultimately, that was authorized in November. And ultimately what that did is result in a $10 million loan from the state to the city's water utility, which enables us to fund these improvements quicker, as I said, because council recognized this as a public health crisis and challenged us to do as many as we could rather than just pursue the minimum requirement. And that funding initiative enabled us to do so. And before we move on, are there any questions of council for our DPW?
Yes, actually there is, through the chair. Joe, so this is confusing, and so when we hear about our sewer lines, we're always told that the homeowner is responsible for their sewer line all the way to where the line connects to the main line in the street. However, with water line, it's not, I'm sorry, the city is responsible for up to the curb stop, where the homeowner is responsible from the curb stop into their home. Why is it different, do you know, or can someone from DPW explain, why is it different for water than it is for the sewer line?
I'll allow Dana Tosick to take a crack at that with support from Director Cheryl Stubblefield.
Sorry, I didn't mean to throw anybody for a loop, but it just kind of dawned on me as I'm looking here and I'm going, wait a minute, I thought we were connected to the main line in the road, but that's sewers.
Dan, can you talk a little bit about the mechanics of the infrastructure connection?
Yes, absolutely. That is a good question that you had there, council person. So in the city of Ferndale, by ordinance, when it comes to your sewer line, the property owner is responsible all the way to the sewer main. And then when it comes to the water service line, as shown in this diagram on the slide, the city's portion of the water service line is what is here in blue, from the water main to the curb stop. And then it switches over to the property owner in yellow from the curb stop to the meter. Now, when it comes to lead service line replacements, the lead and copper rule dictates that any portion of the service line from the water main all the way to the water meter that contains lead needs to be replaced, and that cost is borne by the system itself. So when we're doing these service line replacements, that is why we are doing a replacement on the private property side of things, which would typically be the homeowner's responsibility. Now, after our warranty period, say, we replace your line tomorrow. When it comes to April 13th of 2022, after that, it reverts back to this limit of responsibility where the city is responsible for the water main to the curb stop, and then the property owner is responsible from the curb stop to the water meter.
If I could just add to what Dan has indicated, Councilman Polika, the copper and lead line rules were recently adopted. This issue was challenged by municipalities, across the state from an administrative rule adoption standpoint. That was not successful. So while it's a good and interesting point, the city and all municipalities are required to follow the new copper and lead replacement rules.
Greg, I hope that helped.
It does. But I just wanted to point out to a lot of people who may have been confused about the differences between the various lines, because we'll say, when we're talking about sewer lines, people will say, well, the city's responsible for it, going out over the street. And that's not true. I mean, the sewer line is much different than the water line in what the owner is responsible and what the municipality is responsible. In this instance, we're taking on the responsibility of the water line through to the meter. But I'm glad that Mr. Atasic pointed out that after that year of warranty, the responsibility goes back to the homeowner.
Yeah, that's correct. Yep. It's an important point to make, and we do clarify that when our project manager has these discussions with homeowners. All right, next slide.
Actually, before you go, if I may, through the chair.
Yep, please do.
I just would like to know, will there be visuals on our city website for residents who might get confused and just what Councilman Polika just pointed out, that individuals are confused as to what part is their responsibility and what part is the city. Will there be visuals on our website just in case somebody needs a refresher?
We do have similar visuals as this, but I'd be happy to work with communications to add a sewer line component as well to clarify that.
Thank you.
Yeah, Joe, maybe if you and I could get together for a few minutes and I could share what I think should be added to the diagram.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
The next slide really is the same thing. Again, we're showing the building infrastructure or facilities as it relates through allocation requests. So you're looking, again, here you see this is really capital intensive. The majority is capital needs as submitted by the facilities manager. And the other is the actual personnel side of things. And I'd note that we're gravitating towards the establishment of a new budget organization within the budget because we've just now established the city's first facilities manager in the last few years. So before that, we didn't actually have a central accountable individual that was overseeing the management of city facilities. It was a needed position, and James has done an exceptional job really taking ownership of city facilities planning. Next slide, please. Before we jump into CSF3, are there any other questions about facilities or infrastructure?
Nope, I'm good.
Okay. We want to make sure that both chiefs and Kara are able to speak for this section. CSF3 really speaks to our priorities around engagement with the community and the public safety components of our community. And so, next slide, please. Here's a few things we wanted to highlight, and this is based around programming again. On the PSAP side of things, there's a few things in that program that are worth highlighting, and that is one, the shift towards an EMD accreditation or emergency medical dispatch accreditation that came as part of the police department's accreditation last year, and that shifts the expectations and improves the level of service that our dispatch is able to provide to medical related calls. Just a data point, our dispatch received and processed about 20,000 calls for service last year. That's a significant amount of calls for service. Many of those relate to medical needs. And the fire chief talks a lot about the importance of emergency medical service. And in July, our Chief Robinson will expect to issue her first annual report for the department, highlighting activities and accomplishments. You'll see in that EMS a significant talking point will be succession planning for a fire department, as well as a strong emphasis on staff safety and wellness. And then just generally for the parking enforcement, we have over 120 residential parking permits requested. Our parking manager, Bruce Campbell, has requested an investment in license plate enforcement technology that will improve the efficiency of his team to enforce a block by about 83%, taking it down from 30 minutes to about 5 minutes to actually walk through an entire residential block and scan it for valid residential parking permits. And so that's going to be a service level enhancement for our residents with permitted parking, as we know how important that is for them. Advance the slide, please. So first, are there any questions on PSAP communications, including talking about what PSAP stands for from the police chief, Chief Emmy, and dispatch?
Through the chair, just a real quick question on the 20,000 calls for service last year. Are we assuming that those include COVID calls, and should we assume that we would have the same sort of volume going forward if COVID gets under control at some point?
I can take that, Joe, if you'd like. The council member Mikulski, the 20,000, that's a fairly consistent number. We have a very busy PSAP because the location where it sits, sometimes there's overflow with 8 Mile, sometimes there's Detroit calls, Hazel Park calls, and obviously we tend to get calls from all of our border cities. So that number was not overly inflated by COVID, just because it's such a busy area. It may have had a nominal impact on it, but I don't, that number isn't too far off. If that answers your question.
It does. And then I guess that begs the question of what PSAP stands for.
It's a public safety answering point.
It wouldn't be a government if we didn't slip in some jargon acronyms into the presentation.
Absolutely.
And one of the budget highlights there, the Chief Emmy could talk about is the software licensing investment. There's going to be an increase in software licensing for dispatch to help them improve the processing of those EMD requests.
Yeah, absolutely. When we started the EMD program, we started in at basically a ground level software to get us up and running, and we quickly recognized that its limitations. Number one being that it's not capable of integrating with Oakland County CLEMIS and our computer-aided dispatch software. The proposed software upgrade would be more ergonomically designed and efficient for PSAP personnel to operate the EMD software from within or compatible alongside of current CLEMIS CAD software. This is very efficient, and the information would be spread seamlessly to police and fire units. The fire department will be coming on board with MDCs, same as we have in our police cars, They'll be outfitted with a little bit different software, but they will all operate under this CAD system, and it will make our response more consistent and efficient.
Perfect. Thank you, Chief. Kyle, before we move on, I just want to point out for the viewing public, each of these slides has a PBB score. Can you talk about that?
Sure. So every program that we have has been scored, and the score is a composite of 5 different factors. And it looks at the mandate type of a program. So is it mandated by the federal government or state? Is it mandated by city council through resolution or ordinance? And then the third option is there's no mandate. We choose to do this based on council's values and instructions. It also looks at the reliance of the city to provide the service. So the criteria is if the city did not provide this service, would an outside organization, essentially it's looking at market failure. The third criteria is cost recovery, which is very simple. Does it pay for itself? Spoiler alert, most of our programs do not. We're not designed to make money on the services we provide. The fourth criteria is demand for the service, increase, static, decrease. And then the fifth criteria is the population service by the program. So that's then put into a composite and given a score. And what you'll see is that PBBI is very objective. It is not values based. It is based on whether or not the city would continue to function if we did not have a program. And so you'll see a lot of our really important programs, like parks, for example, have a lower score, and that's not putting value on the program. It's literally saying the government could exist without this. And then the higher score, for example, we only have one program with a score of 100, and that is utility, which is literally keep the lights on in the city of Ferndale. And that means that we have to do it. We have really no choice other than to fund that program and make it happen.
Yeah, thank you, Kyle. So since that was noted on every slide, I wanted to make that distinction. So PBB score doesn't equal a ranking. It is just representative of a composite score of various inputs that are factored. And it certainly doesn't reflect council values or community values or and so on and so forth. All right, let's go to the next slide. This is a review of the emergency medical service program put forth by Chief Robinson. And you'll notice again, as Kyle had mentioned before, very personnel centric with a smaller allocation for non-personnel. That could be capital, contractual services, supplies, and what have. Are there any questions for Chief Robinson? Okay, we'll move to the next slide. Finally, this is just a review of the parking enforcement request. So you'll see a breakdown of capital and contractual and management services. Point out contractual services website can be misleading. That is not the actual cost of a website. Those are fee-related costs based on pass for parking in terms of how we largely pass through costs related to ticket enforcement. And before we move on, Bruce Campbell, are you able to speak for any questions?
Yes, I'm here.
Great. Does council have any questions about the parking enforcement request?
You know, through the chair, I think I do. So I'm going back through some of my notes from the budget workshop. And I know that we were anticipating I believe it was a capital outlay of $87,000 to help with the license plate recognition camera system, and was that also going towards the replacement of parking meters along 9 Mile?
That was a different program. We can speak on it. This is just the parking enforcement program. But yes, there has been a budget request to replace parking meters along the mechanical meters, which aren't supported anymore on West and East 9 Mile.
Okay, so that's not part of this slide.
No, that's a different program. This is just a highlight, and this was just a specific highlight to the success factor.
Gotcha. Okay.
And that $87,000 includes a fuel-efficient vehicle per the climate initiatives, plus actual initial license plate recognition costs. That's not the actual licensing fee, which would be, if accepted, that would be a different line item moving forward.
Okay.
Are there any other questions for Bruce while we have him? Okay, we'll move on. We'll ask all staff to remain available for questions at the end as well. We've combined CSF 4 and 5, and the highlight here is really the Woodward Moves program. We'll want to elevate Aaron Quattel, Justin Lyons, and Jordan Torty to be able to speak to this. Any questions related to Woodward Moves? Next slide, please. Supporting multimodal goals along Woodward Avenue was a unanimous council strategic planning objective. Next slide, please. We really talked a lot about this project in past council meetings and in several public meetings. So here, we really just wanted to focus you on clarifying the Woodward Moves capital stack, and capital stack is just government term for how the money is actually put together to deliver a project. So in here, you'll see the initial total project cost right now is $3.98 million. Jordan's team submitted a TAP grant for about $2.54 million. The remaining change would be the local match requirement for Ferndale. Note that that's spread over 2 fiscal years. We operate on fiscal years. So a portion of that, if this actually is approved and if the grant is accepted, a portion of that cost will be budgeted for fiscal 22 and fiscal 23. Largely that's because the project is going to the actual project is projected to go by MDOT from April to September. So the project itself covers 2 fiscal years. That means we budgeted across 2 fiscal years, if that makes sense. I clarify here that if the TAP grant is not approved, then this project is not fundable, and council would simply have to just get back to the drawing table and think about how we would improve Woodward Avenue within the means of our control. And so before we move on, I'll make Jordan's team available for questions from council about the revenue, or the capital stack, rather, if any.
Through the chair, just a quick question on timing. Would we know about the TAP grant, was that in July?
Jordan?
Hi, this is
oh, sorry, we're all on here.
Oh, sorry about that. Justin Lyons, planning manager. So typically July is when we would know. So the TAP committee would notify the city, and then staff would come back to city council and request that council consider accepting the TAP grant and talking further about the next steps.
Great, thank you.
Justin, before we move on, I know the diagram shows it, but I think, again, for the public's benefit, it's important to articulate this is ultimately an MDOT project that's focused on curb to curb and not sidewalk, correct?
Correct. The MDOT portion of the project, they consider a high level resurfacing. So really generally just replacing the asphalt that's there, doing a brief mill or dig down of this surface level there and replacing asphalt, doing some crosswalk ramp improvements really. So just bringing it up to, the minimum thresholds for ADA. And so anything else is what the cities of Pleasant Ridge and Ferndale are proposing as a safety project.
Yeah, so to clarify, all of the resurfacing of the road itself, which is a state highway, is actually funded by MDOT, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, point of clarification I wanted to make. Next slide, please. And finally, organizational financial excellence. Most of these are related to the smaller city hall departments that you see, which are communications, human resources, and so on and so forth. Most of our benchmarks here are internal based, but we do have a few external that we wanted to highlight. So if you could click through, please. Here's a visual representation of some of our staff at City Hall pre-pandemic. There's a couple initiatives, both which were strategic planning goals that we wanted to highlight here. One, we are returning the community newsletter, and Director Kara Sokol can speak to any questions as it relates to that. We did note that that was the top request from the 2020 Cobalt Community Survey, based on certain demographics that felt we were missing the print, and they wanted to see that return. So we'll talk about that. And then the other piece is Dan Jacey, our Human Resources Director, can speak about the organization's equity plan that we're moving forward with. And if you could step forward, please. And now this is an overview of the actual communications program for marketing and publications in general. Of that, a portion of that is a newsletter. And so are there any questions for Director Sokol about this program?
For the chair, just a brief question. So I know that this isn't adding headcount. Is anything cut so that we can allocate time and energy to this program?
Yeah, that's a great question. No, not as of yet. Nothing has been cut. We did used to run a newsletter several years ago, and honestly, through some survey research and some discussions with the community, found that it wasn't resonating, which purely meant it wasn't worth the resources to do. And now understanding that the community wants it, we're going to bring it back in a different way. We're going to start it at quarterly, which is pretty. Newsletters are kind of notoriously intensive, but it's about as low intensity as we can do on the resources. And we're going to do everything we can to track it and make sure that it's being read, that we're putting it out in a way that makes sense for the community as well as makes sense for our resources.
Through the chair, just one more question on that. I know that during the budget session, we had talked a little bit about, and I think it was Councilman Palika that had brought this up, that there might be cost efficiencies that we could gain by bundling it with our water bill mailer. Is that something that has been explored?
So we have explored it, and it's certainly an option. We're actually talking about a communication that we're going to be putting out in our water bill coming up, and probably for the next year, to help with some frequently asked questions that our front counter staff, our water billing specialist, is receiving. So that's always an option for us. The challenge with water billing is that it's billed quarterly. So we don't have one piece of information going out to all residents at the same time, which means we might have information seen by some but missed by others. And also the resource intensity of then trying to manage dates and calendar items, making sure that if a water bill comes to you this month, but we have a really close deadline on something, then making sure that we have equity in getting that information out to other people. There's a level of complexity there that that we find we can completely avoid if we just do a generalized newsletter. Now, that's not to say, though, that we won't use water bills as an opportunity to educate. We plan to lean a lot heavier on that in the future, but we want to do that for information that may be more static and relevant over several months of time versus quick.
That makes a ton of sense. Thank you.
Yep, absolutely.
All right, we'll move next slide, please. This is Dan Jacey can be elevated to speak. Are there any questions around the progress we're making or our budgetary intentions around moving forward council's anti-racism policy as effectuated as a city's organizational equity plan? This again is highly, actually this one is highly, the costs are shifted around the training and education investment that we're requiring throughout the city, that we intend to require with our partners at GARE. And you'll see that the personnel is actually, in this case, the smaller part of the program. Okay, we'll move forward. And we're nearing the end, folks. We only have 8 CSFs. So 7, we talk about the importance of reinvesting in our neighborhoods. And so if we can move forward, there's two issues or 2 initiatives that we'd like to highlight from the budget perspective. The first one is minor home repair program. That is facilitated by the Community and Economic Development Department. They expect 12 to 28 homes to be reinvested in through this program. And if there's any questions about that, Jordan Torty and or Emily Loomis, I'm not sure who's available to speak on that, can. The second one is, this is a council strategic planning item and an outgrowth of the affordability plan the council adopted last summer. And that is the establishment of a housing trust fund policy framework. So before we get to the trust fund, we need to establish an actual governance process and policy framework. And so it's on Jordan's goal to achieve that as part of this fiscal year. And he can speak to any questions on minor home repair. And if there aren't any questions on that, we'll shift into parks. But since they're pretty different programs, I thought I'd give an opportunity for council to ask questions. This is what the program actually looks like, largely funded through CDBG funds passed through from the federal government.
Nope, this is good.
Okay, and next we'll talk about our parks improvements. This is really a capital intensive item, focusing a lot on capital investments in Martin Road, of course. As council knows, we have to rebid the splash pad. We didn't have any vendors meet our minimum requirements for the award in the December, unfortunately. And so we are going to be rebidding, so that shifts that project cost from fiscal 21 to fiscal 22. We do still anticipate spring groundbreaking. We hope to deliver that project in the summer. Next slide, please. And our final slide is on climate adaptation and resiliency. This again is a new CSF that was approved by City Council during the last strategic planning process. Next slide, please. Oh, previous slide, I think we missed one. So the 2 programs we want to identify here is the landfill recycling and organic waste program. That's a new program that's going to be run by a position the council approved called the Zero Waste Coordinator position. That position is funded through the sanitation fund, and it's there to support waste initiatives related to the sanitation fund. Focus really are establishing metric schools and baselines. That's kind of, we're taking cues from the actual sanitation plan the council approved last year, and that's really the focus, is establishing those baselines. One of the projects to highlight is the initial need to fund compactor enclosures and update public waste containers throughout the downtown. 2 key initiatives that this person will be tackling. And the second would be focused on, again, that climate action plan, focusing again on establishing baselines. Erin Quattel has done a great job. She expects to deliver a GHG inventory, part of that cap. And then again, I suspect Erin's focus is establishing metric schools and baselines as well for climate action planning. So are there any questions from council as it relates to either sustainability initiatives? And you can
Well, it's more of an update. I see in here the GHG inventory is going to be completed by July. I thought that was going to be completed by end of March. When did it get extended?
I may have misspoke, so I'll ask Erin Quattel if she could. Erin, are you available?
Yeah. Can everyone hear me okay? Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, we're actually wrapping that up. I just had a touch point with Alexis Richards, who has been working really hard on our greenhouse gas emission inventory. And she has a draft report and presentation ready for us. So we actually anticipate presenting at the next council meeting to give you all an update. Really great data, really great feedback. I think that you guys are going to be really interested in what our inventory has to offer.
Excellent, thank you.
Technically by July. Smiling. Can't see me. So this is a brand new program. It's going to get more fleshed out as we gain experience. At this point, this just represents really the personnel side of things. Moving forward, please. And we'll close on just a review of special revenue funds. We're going to tap Cheryl Stubblefield to come back in so we can talk with intelligence about our special revenue fund rates. When we talk special revenue funds, we're going to be talking or keying in on two specific funds: the sanitation fund, which has its own millage rate, and then of course the water and sewer fund. So first, move forward, please. We'll talk about sanitation rates. What you see here is a projection of the rates that various property owners will receive on the tax on your tax bill based on the type of property that you own. And these are projected out towards fiscal 25. Are there any questions on the sanitation rates for Cheryl before we move on?
I will mute myself again then.
So long, we have one more water and sewer, please. Next slide. And this is a projection of water rates also looking outward to 2024. It's as we always note here, Cheryl manages a predictive model, and she has a bunch of inputs that she puts into that model, and it spits out the actual water rate that is required. And move forward, please. There's two different ways. This is the point I wanted to close on with the lead service line replacement, given it's one of our most funded programs at $4.1 million. There was really two ways that we could approach pursuing funding lead service line replacements. Council pushed for the first way, which is highlighted in the green. DWRF is Drinking Water Revolving Fund. And so what that enables us to do is replace more lead service lines up front. And to do that, we applied for an upfront cash infusion from the state of $10 million with a low interest rate. So that means that we'll pay that interest in the long term, but we'll also be able to convert more houses in the short term or in the near term. And so what that looks like, it's a 1.8% interest through the state at a 20-year term, and we don't have any principal payments until 2024. Annual debt service is actually included into that predictive rate model that I mentioned before. What that enables us to do is have a predictable water rate schedule that avoids any rate spikes, which we'll talk about, which would be more likely an option two. So that's the PAYGO option. PAYGO is pay as you go through the water rates. And so since the state established a minimum benchmark of 7%, you have a pretty good idea of what your cash needs are going to be based on your contracts, right? And so we look at what we project that cash amount out at 7% to meet that requirement. And ultimately what we're going to have to do is raise the revenues through the water rates in the current fiscal year to meet that cash obligation to actually change over those 7%. So some cities are doing that. It's there's no right or wrong. It's just this was the way that our council viewed our community as a priority in terms of just how we're approaching this. And so are there any questions on water rates or how we funded LSLR, lead service line replacement?
I'm good.
Okay, next slide, please. Open it up to questions from council. We'll just keep this up here. This is just an update of the budget timeline. A lot of this is charter driven, you'll note. So we don't have a lot of control in the budget process. It's dictated by charter, and we just conform to that process on an annual basis.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Kyle. Thank you, staff.
Through the chair, if I may, just a quick question. So last year we moved our strategic planning to September because of COVID. And this year we didn't have one because we just did one in September. What is the plan moving forward? Are we going to try to keep this new schedule of doing it in September before we do CIP, or are we going to go back to March of 2022?
That is a council decision. Staff could roll with either. It's just it's more of a planning mode, but there was some additional buffer by not throwing a strategic plan update in the midst of the budget process in the spring as well. So the September wouldn't be a bad idea.
Why don't I suggest we have conversations with council independently, see where we're at, and have a conversation what folks desire.
That sounds great, Mayor.
Okay. So I wanted to say thank you to everybody for the presentation and sort of recap where we started. At the beginning is that this budget presentation, again, is the first reading, which is a time for public comment. I am for public comment for questions and feedback. And I just wanted to summarize again that the strategic priorities did in September. A lot of those strategic priorities for the area were highlighted tonight, and we are moving towards the priority-based budgeting. So I really thank staff for taking a very comprehensive approach tonight to convey that. And then at the April 26th meeting is where the priority-based budget portal will be published. So if there are any questions from council at this point before I open for public comment or comment. Excellent. We will move right into call to audience after public comment. So if you have comments on this budget presentation specifically, I'm going to invite Kyle to open that up now for people to raise your hand or call in by phone. Please, if you are here to talk about other things related to city business or the city, please wait to call the audience. So Kyle, take it away.
Yep, it is open, Mayor. Anyone who would like to speak on the budget, please raise your hand. Okay, we have our first. Bernie F. Go ahead.
Hi, Bernie. Welcome.
Hi, thank you, Mayor Pina and the City Council for giving me this opportunity to talk. I do have a few questions with regards to the budget. The first is under the city budget auto fund, 585. I think it's on page 37 in the packet. The line items show that there was a revenue for the 2021 year of 1.1 million and the 21-22 year of 1.7 million. I guess my question is, where did the 1.1 come from when everything was pretty much shut down last year? I don't even think Republic Parking was working, and I know they weren't enforcing anything. So it seems like there was a lot of revenue when there was no one collecting that. The second question I had with regards to that is that I know at the March 27th budget workshop, the city manager had talked about a shortfall of approximately 1.5 million during the 2021 fiscal year. Where is that indicated in this? I couldn't find where the shortfall was indicated there. Question 3, there also was, let's see, I think it was mentioned tonight as well. I know that there was an interview at the Oakland Tribune about using some of the shortfall for the COVID funding to pay for the shortfall. Is this the plan? It kind of seemed like, as we were going through the presentation tonight, that it's almost a foregone conclusion that the COVID fund from the American Rescue Plan is going to be used for this shortfall for the DOT project. And then my fourth question in this area was with regards to the capital outlays. For 2021, there was 172,000. For 21-22, there was 187,000. For 23-24, there was 306,000. And 24-25, there was 120,000. That's over 800,000 in expenses there for outlays. I was wondering what those are for. I know during the budget workshop, the city manager had said that they didn't have to take a loan or borrow. They were able to use the project of the dots, the cost that went over. They were able to take that from a previous year revenues. So I'm not sure if the DOT project is complete. Seems like a lot of money to continue a project that's already supposed to be complete. Secondly, I had a question with regards to the contagious disease section. I think it's number 605, page 20. It's showing on here that there's a surplus for this fiscal year of 2020 of 900,000 and 750,000 for the 21-22 fiscal year. And this isn't allocated in the budget. I'm wondering where this money is going, where it's allocated to. Is this from the first, or is it from the American Rescue Plan? And if not, where is that money allocated? It seems like from what we were told, or what was discussed earlier, that a lot of this is going to go to pay for shortfalls in the DOT which was supposed to be self-sustaining, and other projects in the city. I've been reading through the American Rescue Plan and that was signed by Congress in 2021. And I didn't understand why in the slide presentation, it also didn't include that the money can also be used for to support the recovery, including assistance to households, assistance to small businesses, assistance to nonprofits, aid to impacted industry, and to support essential workers. And so I think that this last year has been a year from hell for most of us. And there are a lot of people hurting, especially in our community. Many people have lost their jobs. Many didn't know where they were going to get their next meal from. And they're still struggling, figuring out how to pay rent, trying to catch up in that. And it would seem that this COVID money could be used far better, to support our hurting businesses that had to find new ways to operate, to help the citizens that are struggling to pay their rent, help the kids who haven't been able to go to school and socialize.
Bernie, I'm gently interrupting you to help you wrap up after your 3 minutes.
Okay, one last second. So I guess in the end, I just want to know if we could utilize this money, maybe take the money from the Woodward moves, and allocate that. We've all had to make difficult choices in our households, and maybe this is a difficult choice the city needs to make, to use that COVID money to help our citizens, and to maybe take a project like Woodward moves, postpone it like we've had to postpone a lot of things, and maybe to use that funding to offset some of the difficulties that the city has also incurred. I look forward to hearing your thoughts on that. Thank you.
Thank you. There were 7 questions in that comment. So Joe, we'll keep moving on, and why don't we keep getting more comments, and if we have any overlap, you can answer them at the end. Are you okay with that?
Yeah, sure. I don't want to
Or
lose.
would you rather answer them now?
There's a lot there, and I think I want to answer them so I don't forget them.
Okay, why don't you go ahead?
Okay. Yeah. So the first question, if I recall, is about what that $1 million representation is in fiscal 21, and why is there discrepancy in 22 where we're projecting more revenues, 1.7, and how is that $1.5 million loss recognized? Well, if you go back to the mid-year budget December, we presented a mid-year budget adjustment that reflected the lost revenues of $1.5 million, and that's what that 1.1 is. So that 1.1 is what our revenues are projected to look like today. And so as of today, you'll notice in the budget, you see actual activity. So we have earned revenues. We have not earned zero revenues. And I'd like to make a point here that 585 fund is for auto parking. That means the entire parking system. So the revenues and expenses you see here aren't for just the dot. They're for every component of the parking system, including all parking lots, permitted parking, and so on and so forth. The dot is just a component of that. And so when we talk about 585, we're talking about the broad system, not just the dot. The $1.1 million, the answer to that is the downward adjustment of our revenue projections from last year that were journalized in December at the mid-year budget adjustment. In December, I can't remember the specific council date. The $1.7 million is a projection next year that it still assumes lower reductions than we had at the pro forma that we projected for the parking system prior to the pandemic and prior to construction. So that assumes that there's going to be a slow economic growth, but generally our downtown will operate again. It has been out for a year. So we'll continue to monitor that closely, of course.
The other question was, where is that shortfall indicated? How do you find it in the budget?
That shortfall is indicated in the numbers. So you could go back to December, or you could even go back to fiscal 20 budget that was presented last April, and you'll see the number that was budgeted for the parking fund. Even if you could go back in fiscal 19, every budget is published at the city of Ferndale's website. So you can go back to every budget the council's adopted. And since we budget on a 3-year cycle, you can see the assumptions that are based in 19 for 21 and so forth. So that's how you see that. That 1.1 is the cut. That's where we're at. And so I think our year-to-date activity right now is just about between $600,000 and $700,000 in activity. So, we might not meet that $1.1 million. We took a speculative guess at how the parking system might perform and how the pandemic might act back in December. And what we did is we adjusted pretty aggressively down $1.5 million. Unfortunately, we're still seeing the pandemic. We have a third wave going on, and that's just going to continue to hamper the health of our downtown.
Joe, if I may add one thing, I think one of the questions was regarding if since the parking system was basically shut down because of COVID, how is there funds in there? I just wanted to reiterate that the fiscal year runs from July to June, and prior to 2001, we had, from July through March where parking was up and running.
Yeah, that's correct. And before the second wave, parking was generally up and running July, August, September, and most of October. Obviously, that didn't reflect the DOT. If you look back at our pro forma, pre-COVID, we had expected the DOT to be open and operating. Obviously, that was delayed due to various reasons. But so that is the question on the revenue. There was then a question about the capital projects. And again, it's really important to clarify this. 585 is not the DOT. 585 is the parking system. Those capital requirements are infrastructure requirements. So we intend to reconstruct and resurface the Withington lot, reconstruct North Withington lot, and make improvements to the Planabon lot, as well as the police department's parking lot. All of those need to be resurfaced. We've shifted a lot of those costs. We shifted costs last year and we deferred those. Also, there's about a $26,000 allocation for investment in electric vehicle charging stations to support the parking system. That's a climate goal of council. Obviously, the staff can't electrify the public fleet without the proper infrastructure. So that's also represented here in a conservative amount. We are, again, being conservative with our capital requests as we continue to monitor the health of the parking system. I think that should have addressed most of the parking system related questions. As it relates to the American Rescue Plan Act, I go back to what I was talking about. What we're talking about with using the allocation is not to cover the DOT's operation, it's to cover debt service. So the city issued bonded debt to pay for the construction on the promise of the parking system's revenue proceeds. The parking system is shut down essentially for COVID-19, which means we've lost, as of December, projected about $1.5 million of what we projected. Because of that, we didn't earn the revenues that we thought we otherwise would have earned in normal times to pay for the debt service that we did project for the debt service. So regardless of the pandemic, we have to pay that debt service. And so if the parking system can't pay that debt service, then the city's general fund is the guarantor of that debt. So either way, the debtors are going to get their debt service, and it's just a matter of how we pay. So when we talk about the American Rescue Plan Act, I talked about it is specifically designed for municipalities who have enterprise funds like we do, who have realized lost revenues. And the idea is you replace those revenues to meet those debt obligations, so you're not using general fund dollars or general fund balance where you wouldn't have to. Without the American Rescue Plan Act, we very well likely would have to source into the fund balance to do that as a result of COVID. As for,
can I add on too, is that what you read in the Oakland Tribune was ideas in which council could be considering how to allocate those funds. So I was quoted and the city manager is quoted were some areas that we need to take a look at in terms of talking with council on making priority decisions and strategic decisions if and when those funds come of how to deploy them. And I think where the confusion might be is that there's a 1.5 million sort of shortfall in the parking, and that how much we get from the American Recovery Plan might be 1.5 to 2 million. The goal is not to allocate all the funds to shore up that 1.5. It would be used, a slice of it would be used to help pay off the debt for the city, whereas there would be lots of other areas where we would spend that funding. So it's not a one-to-one match of how that would be allocated.
Yeah, it's a great point, Mayor. The goal of ours is to just meet the debt service payment. So whatever the revenue shortfall is in the parking system that cannot meet that debt service payment, the difference would be applied from the ARPA funds, if that makes sense.
Yep.
So everything else is a council decision. So we haven't allocated the other amounts because council hasn't discussed it yet, but that's a council policy.
Right, and I said when we were talking about when council will approve the budget on May 10th, but we won't know about the American Recovery money until June. I guess it won't come. So we will be starting strategic discussions probably in late May and June about how to amend the budget once it's adopted to accommodate where and allocate where that money would go. For the first round, it won't come in one lump sum. It's going to come in two payments.
And the distribution of revenues through this act are really quite disparate between the jurisdictions. Royal Oak is getting approximately $29 million. Ferndale is getting $2 million. So all of those decisions are determined at the federal level based on the federal programs. So you likely will read about initiatives that Royal Oak will undertake with ARPA, but it's important to recognize they're receiving about a $29 million allocation from ARPA, none of which we have a say in. So that's a clarification on that. And then the second question was a question about funding for Woodward Moves. The budget shows it is funded from Fund 202, which is major roads. Major roads are revenues that are received through Act 51 funding from the state. Those are restricted to be spent on major roads. So council actually cannot shift funding from that account towards anything else. It has to be specific to the rules as set forth by the state's Act 51 requirement.
All right, so Bernie, thank you for all of your great questions. I think they were really comprehensive. And I know that a lot of people were disrupted by the pandemic, and family life has really been hurt for some of our residents. And while I would like to put some things to contagious disease and solving for those, we'll be talking about where and how and we can do that going forward with council. So, all right. So next up, who is next? Kyle on our question.
Next we have Zoom username neighbor.
Hello, neighbor. I don't see this person.
Go ahead, you're unmuted.
Hello?
Well, let's come back to neighbor, and then we'll go to Henry.
Hello, my name is Henry. I live at 346 West Saratoga. I would like to say thank you to everyone who put their hard work and time into presenting the budget. It's a lot of work indeed, and it's been interesting to look through. So I would like to understand better what exactly the contagious disease line items are in the budget and where that revenue is coming from, because earlier in the call today it was mentioned that we don't know exactly how much is being allocated to us. We believe it's between 1.5 and 2 million, but we won't know those figures until July or June. But there are already figures in the budget for this infectious diseases or whatever they called it. So I have some questions about what is that exactly? Where does that funding come from? And if someone could explain that. And then I would like to know in general if the city undertook what type of budget cuts. I work in private industry. I work in the airline industry. We've been hurt very hard. I don't work for any of the U.S. airlines, so we didn't get any bailout from the U.S. government. And I work for a German airline, and we got a loan, but we have to pay it back. So there have been really strict and strong budget cuts in my industry and at my company. And considering that we have a revenue shortfall, I'm interested to hear what type of active measures the city of Ferndale has taken to reduce costs. Thank you.
Great question. Great questions, Henry. I guess we didn't tap into the contagious disease one line item particularly. Can you go over that, Joe?
Yeah. So contagious disease is what we just named it. But when the pandemic hit, one of the first measures we took was establishing a specific fund to charge off any pandemic-related expenses and also fund any pandemic-related revenues that we received. So what you see there in terms of revenue is any revenue that we've actually received and applied for through the CARES Act and through ARPA. And so we don't know what our payment will be with ARPA, but we know that there will be a payment because Congress passed the law. And we know we have enough information that we know it will be between 1.5 and $2 million. We just don't know what that is. So conservatively, we just assume the low end of that, 1.5. And since we know that that's going to come over 2 payments in 2 fiscal years, you're going to see $750,000 in this fiscal year, fiscal 21, and $750,000 fiscal 22. And of course, we have an amendment process, and we just we would amend the budget as part of our routine quarterly or mid-year budget adjustment once we actually have the true numbers. So that should answer that question. Any of the expenses that are related to specifically the pandemic, when you go back to that slide that I talked about, the revenue outliers, we talked about the PPE related expenses, the public safety related expenses, public health related expenses. All of those things have been covered, and that's what's been charged to that account. And as we already said, council hasn't had any discussion about how to use those ARPA funds. That is not on the table yet. So it's not really budgeted. We just really recognize the revenue there as we can best recognize it right now, which is $750,000. As part 2 was a question about what cost-cutting measures the city has taken. If you go back to last year's budget presentation in April, you'll see that we cut an initial $2 million in capital initially. You'll also see updates in May about staffing concessions, and you'll see the value of those staffing concessions that staff took. So staff took, we instituted a pay freeze, and we suspended pursuing position filling last year as part of our initial cost-cutting measures. We quantified that, and I don't have it in front of me, but again, it's part of the public record, and you can see that in the December public presentation where we quantified that during the City Council's mid-year budget adjustment in December.
And I just want to add, we also reduced scope on our Parks and Rec parks and investment. We were about to spend $850,000 to help pay for improvements to Wander and Gary Park pretty much of March 22nd of 2020, as soon as the pandemic went into effect, and we said go back and rescope those and reduce the cost. So we also had to lay off our Parks and Rec summer part-time staff because all of the youth programming and adult programming was canceled, and had to lay off our park staff, our part-time park staff, which I think we're just now starting to think about rehiring for and bringing them back on. So staff concessions, suspended fulfilling, revenue cuts of $2 million, program reductions where we could to shore up costs and manage the risk and unknowns related to the pandemic. I hope that answers your question, Henry. All right, next, I see 2 more.
Yep, let's try neighbor again.
Hi, neighbor. They may not know their blue hand is raised.
Yeah, they're unmuted. I'm gonna leave them unmuted while we go to Dave.
Hi, Dave, welcome. Hello, Dave.
Oh. Yeah, I guess you can hear me. I can see my words on the bottom of the screen.
Yes, hi, Dave, welcome.
Hello, council people and everybody. Bernie had a question. He was asking about where the debt was on the pie charts, I believe, that we were seeing, where the money for the shortfall from the parking structure. And I believe it's on the pie charts they're listed as debt and as finance. I might be incorrect there, but I did see what other debt do we have besides that? So I think that's where he would have found those numbers he's looking for. It just doesn't say that it's from the parking structure. And I guess as a general question, what I would like to know is what exactly is the benefit to the citizens of Ferndale of having the auto parking fund? This all seems to me to be Peter and Paul accounting, that this is money. If the money doesn't, COVID money doesn't go to the parking fund to pay the debt, then it will go to the general fund. And then, as Joe said, they're going to get paid either way, whether it's in the general fund or this parking fund. I don't understand the parking fund and what it does for the citizens of Ferndale. It would appear to me, I mean, I've seen many people say that we're not paying for this parking structure, that because somehow back when you created the auto parking fund and you diverted the money, the profits from the parking system into this auto parking fund, that somehow this is no longer Ferndale taxpayer money, and this is totally not true. Whether or not it's from where the money comes from makes no difference. It's just Ferndale taxpayer money. Why do we have an auto parking fund, and what benefit do the citizens get? As Joe said, the bonds are backed by the general fund. I don't think it's even an entity. I don't think it even has a bank account. I might be wrong, but that's what I'd like to know. What does it do for us? Because it seems to me, all I'm hearing, I hear people say it's kind of misleading people into that we're not paying for this. But the truth is, we have diverted millions of dollars from the general fund. This used to be a revenue positive thing for our general fund. The money got taken away, put into the auto parking fund, and now, well, I don't see what good it does for us. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Dave.
Through the chair, happy to address that question. So the auto parking fund was actually established in the early 90s by City Council with the goal of building a parking garage, ironically enough. And so the benefit that it provides is to the city in terms of supporting a healthy downtown. Parking, whether it's provided by the city or through the parking fund or by the city government, is required to support a downtown business culture that needs parking for its customers. So there's two ways you can do that. The general government the taxpayers can pay for it as a maintenance item. The second way is you could establish an auto parking fund, meter your spaces, and charge user fees to users of the system to earn revenues. Those revenues are then dedicated to reinvest into the parking system. And that's really what an auto parking fund does. So it actually captures fee-based revenues from users of the parking system in lieu of the taxpayer. And so it actually reduces the impact on the commercial taxpayer. Ultimately, the revenue paid for the DOT by the DOT forma when we issued the bond were based on parking revenue activity of revenues earned through parking enforcement and parking meters, parking permitting, and all other revenue sources from the parking fund.
Thank you for that. I know the auto parking fund and the DOT are just sort of confusing, but metered parking spaces, that's how the revenue is collected and goes there. So, Kyle, who's next? I see.
Yeah, it's neighbor.
Neighbor,
Can you hear me?
I hear from you.
Yeah, there you are.
Sorry, I had a malfunction here.
Oh, all right.
We're all better now.
Good to hear from you, Evelyn.
Yeah. Here on now it is Wild Wild West Drayton. So anyhow, you changed the budget format last year, and now you're changing the budget format again this year. Can we look forward to this every year? Is this going to be smoke and mirrors and deflection, confusion? Since 2015, about 40% of the properties have sold with a drastic increase in revenues. Where has that money gone? And the Headley override millage doesn't expire until December 26. That does not equal a $5 million deficit in 2026. It'll be 2027. On CSF 1, we're not going to have any prosperity if you keep throwing money away on consultants and studies. The PBB score on police and parking is both 58. You said it's by mandates, not a value-based. I can definitely assure you it's not value-based if you think your parking is up there with police and public safety. That is absurd. Our public safety and DPW, as far as I'm concerned, are the only things that matter in this city. And you're going to have promo and marketing in our newsletter 4 times a year for $81K. Is this a newsletter or just free advertisement for the DDA and businesses here in Ferndale? Come on. We can do better than this.
Are you finished? Okay.
Yes, I'm done.
All right, thank you for your comment. I'm not sure if there was a question in there, but I guess I'll comment on one of them. Every year we try to improve the budgeting process, and every year we try to make it more understandable. And priority-based budgeting has been a 6-year goal of council members over time. And it's a national practice that cities are moving towards and will probably become more standard over time. So that is one of the reasons council supported it to make sure that we implement it, and it got delayed a little bit by the pandemic. All right, who's next?
I would just add, if I may, Mayor, on the PBB scores, the traditional programs that you're thinking of for police and fire actually have scores of 75, which is the highest. I mean, it's one of the highest ranks that you can get, and really only suffers and score because it doesn't make any money. DPW was also right there with 75 on most of its programs. The dispatch score, I believe, has a 58, and that's because dispatch is a service that you could potentially privatize at a potential savings, but then of course risk of service. So any program that could potentially be serviced by some outside provider would have a lower score because that reliance factor is different. And the attached program inventory, if you scroll through that, you can see some of those scores for bigger programs that you would normally think of. And next, Mayor, we have Mike Flores.
Before Mike, you start, I just want to say, Kyle, I think the scoring is a whole new thing. Council had to figure out scoring as well. So I think this is going to be an area of more education with residents about what that means and how it's being applied. And tonight it was the first time it was introduced to public who didn't join us during our strategic budgeting session. So that's, I think, something we should take a look at as we move forward with the PBI.
Absolutely, Mayor. Mike, go ahead.
Good evening, Mike. Welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Yes, buenas noches, good evening. My name is Augusto Mike Flores on Whittington Street, and I am pro Ferndale. First of all, I want to thank everybody for your time a couple of Saturdays ago at the budget workshop. I learned a lot while I sat there and heard the different presentations from the city, so thank you so much for that. I would like to echo what my Ferndale neighbors have brought up as questions and concerns. Question number 1, Department 605, contagious diseases. There are revenues of $2 million. between fiscal year 21 and fiscal year 22, but only expensed 300,000. Why is the remaining balance of 1.7 not allocated? We heard some explanations tonight on why. Why are these dollars not budgeted to support the community and businesses impacted by COVID? Even as a placeholder, as the city manager explained, we have to spend these dollars by X date. I believe he said 2024. So why don't we have a line item to show that those dollars are actually spent versus just kind of lingering around? Question number 2, auto fund. Are the parking fee revenues for fiscal year 21 and fiscal year 22 too optimistic? What are the fiscal year year-to-date 2021 totals? I believe I heard 600,000. Which is something that I estimated if I remove any seasonal adjustments and the COVID impact, I assumed that the revenues would be about 90,000 per month. I would expect it to be around 800,000 year to date, so relatively close to what the manager said, meaning that we're not going to meet our budget of 1.1. Can the city provide additional context for this optimism of fiscal year 21, but more importantly, fiscal year 22 of 1.7 million? Should this be reevaluated, knowing what we know now, especially with the most recent announcements from the governor? Question number 3, auto fund. Can the expense line item general fund admin allocation of approximately $250,000 per year be explained? I'm not familiar with this line item. Question number 4, the auto fund capital outlay. I had questions about the 800,000, and it seems that those are not related to the dot, but more about projects across the whole parking system. So thank you for that explanation. Question number 5, on March 17th article, the city manager alluded to a possibility of using COVID stimulus funds to cover parking revenue shortfalls. Can we confirm that any funds from COVID will be used after the auto fund has been depleted, as this project should be self-funded? And a more palatable approach would be to address any bond obligation through an intercity loan, as was previously proposed, versus using COVID fund dollars to cover any shortfalls or gaps. Question number 6, that we were narrowing. I've conceded that this is a project with a lot of support from City Council. However, I want the city to reconfirm that if not all grant dollars are received, no additional Ferndale dollars would be matched or burdened against the citizens. As always, gracias and thank you for your time, and I look forward to your guidance and responses.
Through the chair, there's a couple government finance related questions there I'm going to ask Cheryl to talk about. First, Cheryl, can you talk a little bit about how we amend the budget to reflect actual activity against actual activity? At this point, there's 2.5 months left in the fiscal year, so we wouldn't really amend the budget for those 2.5 months. What you would do is talk a little bit about the year-end budget reconciliation, which we talked about last year. Can you just refresh us on that?
Sure. We take one more look at the budget, usually May or June, and do a final budget amendment through the council. Historically, it's been the first or second council meeting in June where we make some of those budget adjustments, look at what our revenues are. If they're high, we reduce them, and just get a real clear look closer to the end of the fiscal year where we were at. And it's a process we've done since I've been with the city, which as of a week ago is 5 years. Woo-hoo.
Great. Can you also define the term general fund admin reimbursement? That's reflected in as a line item in just about every department. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, that's in the other funds. So when you have, for example, the parking fund or the water fund, the money in those funds is to sustain those systems. The water system is sustained by the water fund, and the parking system is sustained by the parking fund. However, finance, for example, cuts checks that pay bills for the water department. They pay bills for the parking fund. The city manager works in those areas. We all take part. Those of us who are charged to the general fund also have some tasks that overlap into those other funds. So I put a schedule together that shows a general fund allocation. For example, IT costs are allocated out to the funds such as DDA, water fund, parking fund, sanitation fund. So in all of those non-general funds, you will see some kind of a general fund allocation for that activity that general fund duties are performed for the other funds. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and then I think I've addressed all the questions around the CARES Act and ARPA and the creation of that budget account 605. Again, we're centralizing all costs and revenues related to the pandemic there. That's a budgetary audit mechanism that we'll be using with the audit to show all of the costs and revenues that we have expensed there.
Well, and that's one of the things, Joe, if I may.
Sure.
When COVID first started, you know, even myself, I was, okay, this is a 2 or 4 week deal. No one knew what we were in for. So we created the contagious disease. It's out of the state of Michigan chart of accounts. The department is called contagious diseases. We pulled it out of there, and it's where we are tracking our revenues and expenditures, because I knew first we just wanted to track what the effects we didn't realize it was going to be over a year-long pandemic event. So at first we just started tracking a few things in there, and now that we're, you know, over a year in, we had to assign a budget to it because we can't allocate funds without a budget. And so that's how that contagious disease department came to be, so that we can track the things that we had to expense, PPE, things like that we had to do, plexiglass up in the departments and those kind of expenditures, and then the revenues that are coming in for reimbursements for police department, for things like that. So that's just all contained in that area. I don't imagine that you're going to see that fund much after the next 2 or 3 years. It will probably just go back by the wayside and be a really bad memory for all of us.
Fingers crossed.
And then
Mayor,
finally,
we had one.
hang on. The final question was the Woodward improvement project and the grant. All along I've said from the beginning of this, when council started discussing the project publicly, is that we can only do it with grant funds. If we don't get the grant funds, we're not going to spend the money on the improvement because the money that we have to allocate is not enough to actually cover the project. So as match. So we can really only afford match with more grant funds. So no grant, no project.
And Mayor, we have one more, Erickson Andrews, who's been waiting patiently.
All right. Thanks for having everybody hear me.
Yes.
This is my first city council meeting, having just joined the Ferndale community in July of last year. So excited to be here. Thank you, everyone. I just have one question, I guess, is kind of I'm sitting here listening about a lot of questions, and I'm reading questions about the parking structure. I live on West Troy, and I know that the parking out front of our house is 2 hours max, and then you can have a residential permit or guest permits. When I look past, and I see there's spaces available in that structure, and I rarely see that number down in the the tens of digits. What's a way that we can facilitate the use of that structure if the funds garnered from there would then in turn go towards that auto fund that we can then use to repave things like we're talking about? Is it something where we should get rid of public access parking on the streets and funnel everyone to that structure? I don't know, this is maybe me brainstorming in the wrong time to bring this up, but I'm just thinking about ways that we can increase usership, if it's by making it resident only, or how do we make more people use this structure so it becomes more profitable? Thanks.
Great questions, and thanks for making your first comment at council. Joe?
Yeah, Erickson, welcome to the community. Great question, and I agree with you. We changed before construction West Saratoga to permit-only parking. There's an ordinance that governs the process. You'll be happy to know one of your residents on West Troy reached out to me with questions about how to petition for permit-only parking on West Troy. But ultimately, that's not my decision. A supermajority of your residents on your block have to approve that position, which means more than 65%. If they do submit those petitions and we qualify them, then per the ordinance, we hold a public hearing and recommend adoption of permit-only parking for your street to City Council. City Council will then hear your petitions, receive the paperwork, and then approve through public hearing if the majority of the block wants to do this.
That's how it came to be. So we do have some good news with businesses. The parking structure is being used again, but we're impacted. The city's parking structure is impacted just like the businesses around here with their revenues down, feeling the pain of the pandemic. But, we're also optimistic that it will be used as frequently as the surf and lot was when we get back to full openness in communities everywhere.
Through the chair, Joe, perhaps you could have our parking system director, Mr. Campbell, reach out to Mr. Andrews with more information about how he can circulate a petition.
Yeah, Mr. Andrews, if you could submit your contact information to the city clerk at Marty McGrath at mmcgrath@ferndale.mi.gov. That's MMCGRATH. We can follow up with you on that. And our parking director's name is Bruce Campbell.
All right, folks, we are at the end of our second presentation of the evening. And it was a comprehensive one, and it was a great conversation with great questions. And I'm excited to see so many people interested in the municipal budget. We will be having more conversations going forward. There's another chance to give input on the budget with council. I encourage you to call council now, send your emails, reach out to us leading up to our next meeting, which is April 26th. As we continue to dive into the budget and make adjustments leading up to that. All right, so next is call to audience. And we set aside 30 minutes to do call audience. And like we just saw, some audience members or speakers may be attending their first meeting. They may feel a little bit uncomfortable and their voices to be heard. So please be patient because Zoom adds a layer of complexity for those making new public comments. For a productive conversation, please address your comments to be on issues and not the people, and address them to the city council and myself, the mayor, rather than staff, because they take policy and direction from the city council. You have 3 minutes, and if you are reaching your limit or go over, I'm going to gently interrupt you and help you wrap up. So thank you. And I'm going to hand that over to Kyle to start dealing with public comment. And one final thing, you can talk about anything on or off the agenda.
Thank you, Mayor. First up, we have former Mayor Dan Martin.
Good evening, Dan.
Hi, well, have a great meeting. Thank you so much for letting me speak. A couple of quick things. Mayor, Council, it's great to see you. My compliments to the staff on a really comprehensive budget presentation. And my compliments to Mayor Piana for winning the road rally this weekend. So that was a lot of fun and supported Ferndale Pride. I am here tonight as Executive Director of FernCare Free Clinic. I want to thank the community for its ongoing support of the clinic during COVID. It's been a difficult time, but we've remained open throughout and continue to serve patients. And I'm also very excited to announce that beginning this Friday, we are adding new services at the clinic to be offered. Beginning this Friday at 2:30 will be the first session. FernCare is going to be offering walk-in HIV, STD testing, counseling, and healthcare. We're partnering with Matrix Human Services, who is going to be on site, and we're opening up 2 clinic sessions a month. Like I said, the first one is this Friday at 2:30. The second one is Saturday, April 24th at 1 p.m. And we'll be doing 2 clinic sessions a month going forward. We'll evaluate how it's going, and if we need to expand that, we certainly will. But we are thrilled to be partnering with Matrix Human Services, their public health division, to be offering these services for free, which is our mission, to do that. And it significantly expands the services we're offering out of Ferncare. We've not done this before. So very excited to be able to do this, and in the midst of COVID and everything else. So I just wanted to announce it here at council. And it's like they're walk-in clinics. You don't need an appointment, but if you do have questions, you can go to the website at www.ferncare.org.
Thanks, Dan. That's exciting news. And thanks for sharing it with us tonight.
Yep. Thank you, guys.
Next up, Mayor, is Sherry Wells.
Hello, Sherry. Welcome.
Yes. I live right next to Erickson. We've met already. But that means I live on West Troy, just a second house west of the parking structure. For the last 13 months, I have slept well every night. Yay, COVID. Because as you know, there hasn't been the noise, which I expect means there's been fewer police dispatch calls because of that. And I look forward to the places getting the kind of soundproofing that they should be having instead of us having to do that. Living next door to the parking structure wasn't so bad. For most of it, they started right at 7. They finished right at 5. Later on, they started at 6:30 in the morning. Didn't quite like that. Only when they were pounding at my end here did it give me headaches, because under lockdown, there's nowhere I can go. I can't go hide in the library like I would have done. But that had been okay. It does bring up the problem that was mentioned, and I do thank our city manager for assisting our neighbor with her petition. I was absolutely thrilled to sign it. This is having to do with us getting resident-only parking, which is the only sane thing that would be possible for us. But right now, and that would be, right now we learned that our street is now going to be torn up, so we're going to have more noise and dust, but also no place to park. And so the question's risen between a few of us neighbors about being able to park in that ramp we lived with, the building of, free while the construction of our street is occurring. That would be very nice and only fair. When I moved here 32 years ago, it was not Petula Clark's downtown. So be kind. Thank you very much.
It's a great suggestion, Sherry. Joe, can you take a look at that for the residents as part of that?
Yeah, absolutely. And I would say we are providing a similar offer for residents on East Troy who are going under construction right now. Those residents during construction are able to utilize the city hall lot. So I see no problem with that. Happy to coordinate that with Bruce, Sherry, and we'll get back to you on that.
Next, Mayor, we have Bernie.
Hi, Bernie. Welcome back.
Hi, thank you. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak again. Kudos to Andy, who's wanting to do that petition. I did that over here on West Saratoga. And just be aware, a lot of people aren't going to answer their door in the first try because they think you're a panhandler or something, or passing out bills. So just be patient and get those signatures. But I wanted to talk a little bit about the DOT. I know one of the concerns that we had raised at the beginning before the construction was some of the issues. I won't go through all of them, but the one of people throwing things off the DOT. And the other night, as I was going down the alley, a pizza box came flying down and almost hit me. And there were kids up at the top of the DOT, which they had thrown this pizza box over. I had called the police, and they came out and whatnot. I don't know if they ever caught the kids. But, it's just one of those issues we're constantly dealing with over here, a lot of trash that's being thrown over off the DOT, as well as skateboarders. There are tons of skateboarders. Come here around 6 o'clock at night, you get a whole ride of skateboarders going all the way down the dot, probably because there's no cars in it. But the second question I had with regards to the dot, I know when this was sold to us, we were told that these lights would dim. They would go down to 40% when no one's around. I'm actually standing in the alley here. I've been here for about 40 minutes. These lights do not change at all. I know they used to dim before the inspection happened by the state. And then all of a sudden, when the inspection happened, all of a sudden this dimming stopped happening. I don't know, was this part of the inspection to the state that they cannot utilize these dimming lights, or why they did not dim? Because they're always at 100%. I see them all the time. And so I had a question about that. And if that is the case, can we get our money back for these probably more expensive lights from the architect who sold them to us? Thank you.
Thanks, Bernie. I know that the city, I just wanted to follow up before we move on. You know, City Council and myself have been hearing about the lights, and we are taking proactive measures to address this with the residents. I went on the walk with residents before the dot opened back in October, November of last year, and the number one thing was lights on there. So with support of Laura, Councilman Mikulski, been working with you know, our city staff and DPW and the architects to come up with a solution that would help mask the lights on this back of the building. But Joe, can you just real quickly before we move on, talk about the lights? The lights dim when there's no activity in the deck, right? And there was probably less activity at the beginning when the dot opened, but now more people are parking and there's probably more activity. Is that true?
Sorry, I was on mute. Yeah, there's a distinction I want to make, whether Bernie's talking about alley lights, which are on the exterior, or the interior lights. The interior lights operate on photocells and are programmed to dim at certain levels. And I'd let the facilities manager, James Jameson, talk about that. And I'd also ask Bruce Campbell. I have Bernie's contact information, so I'll have Bruce follow up. He's our director of parking, and he can talk a little bit about what measures we can take to proactively stem some of the behavior by bad actors. And I would say that we can also have the police utilize the parking system's surveillance cameras to see if we can ID anyone who threw anything off the fourth level of the floor, which we have done so successfully with a few other instances since the deck is opened.
Excellent. Thank you. All right, Kyle, who is else on our list? Who has a hand raised?
Next up, Mayor, we have Evelyn Elster.
Welcome back, Evelyn.
Hello, me again. As far as the police dispatch goes, unfortunately, I had to place a 911 call not long ago. It was routed through Detroit, and it had to be rerouted to Ferndale. Thankfully, a life wasn't in the balance, because those seconds matter when a life is in the balance. So I would think that you need to place a much, much higher PBB score on the dispatch, and hopefully that would fix it. Also, Robert's Rules of Order are not so much being followed by mayor and council. When an ordinance is passed during presentation, that's an issue. That's definitely an issue. And I would like to see Robert's Rules of Order maintained in the city. And also, as far as the dot lights go, if somebody had read the print and studied the prints and knew how to read the prints, they would have realized that lights along the perimeter pointing inward would have been less obtrusive to the neighbors. But obviously that didn't happen either. So I would like to suggest you get somebody up there on a stepladder with some black paint and paint the lights on the offending side, on the outside, and that way you've got 3 lights and down. Do you understand what I'm saying at all? Thanks.
Thanks for your comments.
And next, Mayor, we have Mike Flores.
Good evening.
Hey, Mike.
Yeah, good evening, buenas noches. Again, Augusto Mike Flores on Whittington Street. First of all, I just want to warn anybody who is going to do a petition on the streets, that's how you get the civic engagement bug. That's how I got so involved with city engagement back in 2017, 2018, when we started to slow down my Whittington and we added the bump outs. Second thing I would like to discuss is I believe that the system that the city uses is Granicus, if I'm not mistaken, in terms of how information is communicated to the public. And we've had several incidents, at least that I have personally experienced, where it seems that information may have been posted by the city, but somehow it doesn't actually make it all the way through the portal to where we actually see it. I know I've experienced it. I know other highly engaged people like Evelyn have expressed concerns about information not being available. I know several meetings ago, there was a contract that city thought was posted and it wasn't posted. I had a concern about the financial workshop, budget workshop. So it seems that there's like this pattern of information not being available, and it seems like it might be a systems issue. So I don't know if somebody in the city is working on this, how they're auditing to make sure that what is being posted is actually making it to the citizens. And then just as a follow-up question on a budget, is I wanted to just confirm what the budget gap means, what that term means. I want to make sure if the budget gap means when we just meet, when we miss our projected number, or when the fund goes into a negative, specifically speaking about the auto fund and the potential use of COVID dollars. Is the potential use of COVID dollars when we miss the projected revenue budget, or is it when the auto fund actually goes into a negative? If there could be some clarification around that point. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Mike. There's good questions there on the how we're going to use the American Recovery Act, which will be funds, which we'll be discussing in the future. All right, folks. Henry, I see your hand up. Is you the last one?
Hi there. So I also live right by the dot. So of course, this is an area of contention for all the residents that live near it. It certainly has changed our way of life. And I would just like to comment on the fact that in the wintertime, when there was snowfall, I know that the city and the DDA have signed a contract for snow removal downtown, and the dot must fall under this contract. So I'd just like to make it clear that there are city ordinances which do limit the amount of noise that's created. And I'd just like to point out that the snow removal off of a parking deck, which is poured concrete, it's like buried into the ground. It reverberates into our homes. I couldn't sleep. Every night we had snow, DPW was out there at 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning, cleaning out the top deck of the parking structure, which wasn't even being used at that point. So I just would like to ask for some consideration for the neighbors who have to now live next to this structure on behalf of the city. There are definitely other mitigation measures that could be used. And it was just really unfortunate and hurtful as a resident that, none of the concerns of the residents who live nearby would be really, considered. when doing this. And then when I did raise the city ordinance about the noise, it seemed like this didn't apply to the city, only to the residents. So just, I kindly ask that you guys ensure that all members of the community follow the city ordinances. Thank you.
Thank you, Henry.
And Mayor, that's everyone with a raised hand.
Thanks everybody for your comments. Really appreciate it. All right, we are moving on to the consent agenda. I'm going to read it in its entirety, and then council can make their determination of what they would like to do. So 7A, approval of the regular meeting minutes of March 22nd, 2021, and the special and budget workshop meeting minutes of March 27th, as submitted by March 27th, 2021, as submitted by the city clerk. 7B, adoption of resolution proclaiming April as Sexual Assault Awareness Month in the city of Ferndale, as sponsored by Councilmember Polika. 7C, adoption of resolution proclaiming April as Autism Acceptance Month, as sponsored by Mayor Pro Tem Leaks May. 7D, approval of Spring 2021 tree bid to Chestnut Ridge Nursery in the amount of $5,719 and Trees of the Field LLC in the amount of $3,230 as submitted by DPW Deputy Director. 7E, approval of payment to Michigan CAT for emergency load repairs in the amount of $4,681.42 as submitted by DPW Deputy Director. 7F, approval to purchase 3 spot lamp Noptic NV3 thermal cameras for $11,685 as submitted by Police Captain. 7G, approval to renew the trunk line maintenance agreement with the Michigan Department of Transportation for routine maintenance activities and authorize the Director of Public Works to sign the agreement following approval of the City Attorney as submitted by DPW Director. And 7H, approval of the proposal from Ace Lawn Care for the procurement, installation, and servicing of landscape improvements not to exceed $7,053 for the Marshall and Pinecrest Landscaping Project as presented by CE Director. 7I, approval of payment of 2019-20 membership dues for the Woodward Avenue Action Association in the amount of $3,125 from account listed memberships and dues as submitted by CED Director. 7J, approval of Amendment 1 to the Professional Services Contract between the City of Ferndale and Safe Built Michigan, LLC, as submitted by CED Director. 7K, approval of revised interlocal agreement for inspection and review services between the City of Ferndale and the City of Pleasant Ridge, as submitted by CE Director. 7L, approval of on-call plumbing maintenance and repair services for municipal facilities by Rolls Mechanical for up to $20,000 annually, with the expense charged to general fund facilities maintenance contractual services number listed as submitted by DPW Facilities Manager, and approval for DPW Facilities Manager to sign an agreement with Rolls Mechanical after approval by a city attorney. 7M, approve the annual contract for Zoom virtual meeting services in the amount of $5,798.50 and authorize the city manager or his proxy to sign the attached agreement as submitted by Assistant City Manager. 7N, approval to backfill one finance position left open due to a recent resignation with a finance deputy director position as submitted by Human Resource Director. 7O, approval to backfill one dispatch position left open due to the recent resignation of dispatcher as submitted by Human Resource Director. 7P, approval to amend Ordinance Chapter 7, Business Regulations and Licenses, generally of the Ferndale City Code, Article 7, Public Lodging Houses, Multiple Dwellings, to add Division 3, Short-Term Rental Licensing, as submitted by Assistant Building Official. 7Q, approval of the bills and payrolls as submitted by the city managers and subject to review by the City Finance Committee, by the Council Finance Committee. What say you, City Council?
I move that we approve the consent agenda as presented.
Support.
Moved by Mikulski, supported by Polika. Would
Through the chair, I would like to take a moment and read 7A, or I'm sorry, 7B, please. The proclamation. This is an item that, as someone who was sexually assaulted when I was in my 20s, this issue is something that's very important to me, means a lot to me. The proclamation reads, Sexual Assault Awareness Month calls attention to the fact that sexual violence is widespread and impacts every person in this community. And the goal of Sexual Assault Awareness Month is to raise public awareness about sexual violence and educate communities on how to prevent it. And rape, sexual assault, and sexual harassment harms our community. And statistics show that 1 in 5 women and 1 in 67 men will be raped at some point in their lives. And child sexual abuse prevention must be a priority to confront the reality that 1 in 6 boys and 1 in 4 girls will experience sexual assault before the age of 18. And Indigenous communities are at the greatest risk of sexual violence, with Native Americans being twice as likely to be raped or experience sexual violence compared to all races. And LGBTQ people face higher rates of hate-motivated violence, which can often take the form of sexual assault. And transgender and gender non-binary adolescents experience high rates of sexual assault victimization during middle and high school. And on campus, 1 in 5 women and 1 in 16 men are sexually assaulted during their time in college. And the theme of this year's Sexual Assault Awareness Month campaign is Building Safe Online Spaces. Sexual harassment, assault, and abuse can happen anywhere, including in online spaces. We can connect online. We can learn how to practice digital consent, intervene when we see harmful content and behaviors, and ensure that online spaces, whether they be workspaces, classrooms, social media platforms, or otherwise, are respectful and safe. And individuals can embrace their voice to show their support for survivors, stand up to victim blaming, shut down rape jokes, correct harmful misconceptions, promote everyday consent, and practice healthy communications with kids. Therefore, be it resolved that the Ferndale City Council proclaims April as Sexual Assault Awareness Month. Thank you.
And if I also may, through the chair, I'd like to read the proclamation for Autism Acceptance Month, if I may.
Please do.
Autism is a lifelong developmental disability that manifests during the first few years of a child's life and results from a neurological disorder that affects brain function. And autism spectrum disorder, also known as ASD, can affect an individual's social communication and behavioral skills. And autism affects children from all countries, regardless of gender, race, or socioeconomic status. And it is estimated that as many as 2.41% of children in the United States suffer from ASD. And young adults with autism are less likely to continue their education past secondary school, and 35% do not have a job or receive postgraduate education after leaving high school. And autism affects people from all backgrounds, but disproportionately affects minority and economically disadvantaged communities due to the cost and inaccessibility of autism care. And medical expenses for children with ASD are known to be 4 to 6 times greater than those without ASD. And our city is home to many people with autism, and these members of our community are valued and accepted as they go about their daily lives in the city of Ferndale. It is well documented that if individuals with autism receive treatment early in their lives, it is often possible for those individuals to lead significantly improved lives. While there is no diagnostic test for ASD, the increased awareness of autism and the detection services available today make it possible for more people to be properly diagnosed with ASD. ASD is not becoming more pervasive, but rather the increased accessibility to services and professionals and assisting individuals in the diagnosis and in the diagnosis process. Individuals with autism often require a lifetime of specialized and community support services to ensure their health and safety, as well as the resilience of their families as they manage the psychological and financial burdens that autism presents. Therefore, be it resolved that the Ferndale City Council designates the month of April 2021 as Autism Acceptance Month and encourages residents to show support and acceptance to their neighbors and fellow community members with autism. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and Councilman Polika for reading those. All right, folks, we're moving on to the regular agenda, and first up is 8A, consideration of the resolution.
Sorry, Mayor, we have to vote.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Back up, rewind. We have a motion on the floor. It's moved by Councilwoman Mikulski and supported by Polika. Madam Clerk.
A little choked up after hearing both of those resolutions, but I got this. Mayor Pro Tem Lakes May.
Yes.
Councilmember Mikulski.
Yes.
Councilmember Polika.
Yes.
Councilmember James.
Yes.
And Mayor Piana.
Yes. Next up is 8A, consideration of the resolution for temporary moratorium of zoning requirements to permit temporary office uses for a COVID-19 testing laboratory at 150 and 200 Livernois and COVID-19 testing facility at 1600 West 8 Mile.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Good evening. Also, everybody listening in at home. I'll be brief. I know the details are in the packet. I could certainly go as deep as folks would like on questions on this item. And I do believe we have Heather Hine and Carol Chang from Olive Biosciences to provide more context and also answer any questions. But generally what we're looking at for super fans of council, you may recall that in February of 2021, City Council first approved a temporary moratorium of zoning requirements for this use to occur at 150 and 200 Livernois. Since that approval, Olive Biosciences has been working with the state of Michigan and other partners to also provide screening services. And so due to that new work, they reached out to the owners of 1600 West 8 Mile, which is the empty land adjacent to Detroit Axle over at 8 Pinecrest, to provide for additional room for actual screening activity. And so they reached out to the CED department to ask us if an extension would be possible of this moratorium to both in terms of time and as well as allowing the 8 Mile property to be brought into the fold. After reviewing it, our team found that proposal would be acceptable with certain conditions as we've suggested here in the action. We're actually recommending a performance bond of $5,000, which if council agrees with that recommendation, to just include that in your motion language, which would ensure that if for some reason this use extended beyond the period described in this item, we would have the resources to remove those items. Obviously, we're coordinating with the applicant and certainly can't predict the future. If there were some sort of extreme extenuating circumstance that would necessitate some sort of flexibility on that deadline, we could certainly have that conversation. But staff in conversations with the applicant is looking at this as a legitimately temporary circumstance, obviously brought about by the pandemic. And Olive Biosciences is actually working with the planning team on a more permanent solution for the Livernois property. With that, that is generally the item before you tonight, Council. I could definitely take any questions on that. There were details in the packet that talked about sort of how traffic would be handled, where the containers would be laid out, how everything would sort of work. And so I'm taking for granted those are there, but we can certainly address any questions. And I believe Olive Biosciences is on. I apologize, I couldn't see the participant list. But at this time, I would like to open it up. If Heather and Carol, you're still with us, if you would like to say anything about your project.
Yeah, this is Heather. Can you hear me?
Yes, Heather.
Hello? Yeah, perfect. Okay, I wasn't sure if it was getting through. Yeah, Jordan, thank you. I think that was a great introduction. Essentially, what we're doing is we're trying to increase our ability to support the community and the state with COVID-19 testing. So this drive-through site, you know, might really help us to do that and just make it more convenient for people to come through and have their samples, you know, collected painlessly, and then we move those samples into our laboratory where we would safely test them. So I think that's sort of the overall goal, and this is, you know, it's very much, you know,
responding to what's going on. There is a definite up spike in positive testing that we're seeing right now. I think it might be this third wave. So, you know, we're sort of just always sort of working to make sure we can do as much as we can in that regard.
Thank you, Heather. And with that, Mayor, Council, if there are any questions about the item, we'd be happy to take those.
Are there questions from council? We'll entertain them.
Through the chair, I can probably start with some of the questions. Number one, do we know how many individuals do you plan on seeing at the testing site, and what sort of hours do you plan on keeping with that site? And that's the drive-through testing site.
Yeah, we typically have a 9 to 6 o'clock cycle of swabbing that just allows us to work on the samples in the evenings and get them back to folks within 24 hours, sort of, you know, keep our staff, you know, at least getting some time to themselves at the end of the day too. You know, I'm thinking what we do right now is we have a scheduling system, so we can gate how many people can be scheduled, how frequently, and where that is. And so we're expecting, you know, if we saw 100 a day, that would be what we're open to now. We aren't seeing that right now. You know, we haven't really let people know we can do 24-hour testing though, and that's pretty unique in the state. So we're projecting maybe 100 a day, so 5 to 6 per hour in that proposal that we submitted.
And when you say 24-hour testing, you're not anticipating 24-hour testing at the drive-through site, is that correct?
Oh, no. That's just that we work through the night to get the samples back, the result back within 24 hours.
In terms of the individuals that are going to be under, I believe it was a tent structure, where people were waiting for these individuals to come through that were scheduled for the testing. Do you have any additional need or anticipate additional need for facilities for those individuals? I don't know what sort of schedule they're planning on keeping there, but I would assume that there needs to be something in case they need to use a restroom or a porta-john or something like that.
Yeah, in the drawing there, we showed sort of to the right, you know, tent structures with porta potties that we would get or something. We kind of want to do something a little nicer for them. We're just looking into that now. The tents are essentially modeling after like what other areas of the county have tried to do. But we don't, you know, own the property, and we're just donating to a nonprofit as sort of a lease arrangement, not to the owner, but to a nonprofit, you know, so it's sort of they're giving it to us out of, you know, their goodwill for a short time. And so we're not planning to put anything there that we can't take away from there.
Which nonprofit are you planning on donating to, and how much?
We've sent funds to the MCHR, so the Michigan Coalition for Human Rights, and they're doing I think we were told a plan to provide meals with those funds. I think right now we've sent $500. We haven't begun using the location really yet. We're just sort of getting things started and came to council about it as well. And we've been waiting before doing anything more.
Okay. In terms of your build out on your current site, how do you expect to basically move that forward when you have shipping containers on that site if this moves forward tonight?
I'm not sure if I understand. Well, containers cost about $180 to move. We have a very great Detroit group that helps us with that. And so we can move them as needed anytime. And we aren't planning to, you know, the drive-through is just, you know, cars going through and staff being protected from the elements, allowing them to do swabbing from the folks in their cars. And then we move the samples over to our facility. And does that clarify that?
Vaguely. So I was talking more about your lab facility, so not the drive-through portion.
Sure.
Talking about the actual lab facility. And from what was shown within the mock-up, it looks like that's going to be a lot of shipping containers in that area. Are you anticipating a build-out? It sounds like you're anticipating a build-out sometime in the end of 2021, maybe beginning of 2022. And knowing that, how are you going to maintain your operations if those are essential to your operations while also moving forward with that build out? Or are you anticipating?
Well, we're looking at leasing other properties that are already, possibly we could, in Ferndale or otherwise, that we could do our operations in. The submission you've seen, it's been quite some time since we put that together and submitted it, and we've been waiting a little while. We're not anticipating doing that much work at our 150 Livernois property, as I itemized there. We would like the flexibility that if there is an intense uptick, we're now involved in the K-12 screening for the state, as well as, there's a big program for the airlines to support them, because I think there's quite an issue with airlines having a real challenge dealing with this. And, there's a lot of screening plan for that coming up, and we don't know exactly what that's going to look like. I think there's some federal government programs that are leading that, and they've reached out to us, and we're letting them know we're available, and we have, what equipment we have that we can assist. And it very much depends on what comes, what those plans turn into. So we're just trying to, we bought the property hoping that we could use it for this exact purpose last August. And it's been challenging, not to be able to utilize the entire empty lot that's next to us at this point. And we also don't want to put, all of our resources at this time into a large construction project, because, they're resources we want to use for medical supplies that are, very important, we think, right now. So, I think, we have lots of options as far as finding operational support. Of course, using the land that we have that's right next to our laboratory would be very helpful for us. But, we're not gonna, we are confident we can manage our operational challenges if we need to do something else.
Okay.
If I may, through the chair, first I want to say how impressed I am with regarding that 24-hour turnaround time to process the samples. As someone who recently had to take a family member in to get tested, and with gratitude, he came back negative. I really appreciate you providing this service with the numbers going up. I would like to know, what sort of tests, though, is it that you're doing that you're able? Is it the rapid test, or is it the more thorough test?
No, it's a great question. No, our laboratory does not do the rapid tests that are, in some cases less accurate. We only do what's called an RT-PCR test, reverse transcriptase polymerase chain reaction. So we, have just decided that we only offer a gold standard test, and our young staff are aware that what we want to do is get this turned around. We have a same day and a next day option, and it's not easy to do that. Like we really have to juggle, like when people come in, how many cycles a day we do, that type of thing. It's not easy, but one of our commitments, and something I realize, just having been in the Canadian medical system, is time is important in this type of situation. Like, we let people know the moment we find out they're positive, even as their reports are being assembled, because we understand that, this isn't going to stop if we don't communicate that quickly. So it's just something unique that we do, and it's not easy to do, and we're trying to make it like a guarantee. I am not going to say that it, 100% is, because if things get much busier, we're just going to have to do the best we can. But, I think that is something we're all very proud of at our little location there. So it is the gold standard test. It's a Thermo Fisher FDA emergency use authorized protocol, and it does detect 3 viral genes, and in some of these new strains, sometimes one of those genes is missing, and in tests where you didn't test for 3 genes, you might not see the virus. But in our case, the test we run does show you 3 different genes, so it's very reliable and very accurate.
Are there other questions from staff? I'm sorry, Council?
I have a couple questions through the chair to the applicant. I noticed that in the report it says something to the effect of that there can be appointments made, and the language was a little bit ambiguous to me, so I just wanted to clarify whether your operations are appointment only or appointments filled in with sort of, on demand, first come, first serve.
Yeah, what we have, we run, so we have at olivelabs.us, it's an online store, and part of the store allows us to control a scheduling sort of add-on. So folks can purchase a test, and then in their checkout, they can go and schedule. And the scheduler, we can say, okay, only an appointment every 10 minutes, or only in these days, or, and that's currently what it is. It's at every 10 minutes, and we don't have that many folks coming up right now. And so if someone drives and parks in our location, they can go to our website and purchase it at that moment, and there is an opening there typically for them, within 10, 20 minutes type of thing. And so all of it's done through the website, and there is an appointment system. And, we can say if it's getting to be too much, we can kind of sort of back it off and not allow as many appointments to be made, that sort of thing.
So that's ultimately what I was getting at, is if demand increases substantially and we're seeing that, at the site there's traffic backups or something like that,
yeah.
you have controls in place to
Absolutely.
slow down the flow?
Yeah, we have no intention of having anybody coming out on, onto the street at all. I'm aware that that's undesirable in that region too. There's a lot of, at 8 Mile in Livernois, 8 Mile in Pinecrest, Livernois particularly, there are a lot of car accidents that we respond to out there. So we don't want to cause any problems at that intersection. I'm often the person calling 911 myself and going out there. So we're very conscious of that. It hasn't been an issue at all that we've seen. And, we'd be, happy to work with council or the community if there's any concerns about that. It's not a hard thing for us to ratchet it down.
And through the chair, I have another question that I think probably is more directed towards staff. With the possibility of a $5,000 refundable bond to ensure removal of temporary structures, if it comes to a point where we're no longer going to extend and they haven't been removed, can you just sort of talk about the logistics of how that would work theoretically, and perhaps our city attorney may weigh in. Would we be protected from any liability for moving these containers if we needed to?
Through the chair, Jordan, Tori, if you're available to speak, can you address the question on the performance bond? And Dan Christ, if you can fill in any legal gaps that Jordan doesn't cover.
Sure. Well, through the chair, the bond is designed to help ensure performance and cooperation by the applicant. It does not require the city to take affirmative steps should there be non-compliance. It's an additional remedy that the city would have, and the city would have other potential remedies that it could explore in the unlikely event of non-cooperation by the applicant. The issue raised as it relates to risks or security associated with the sampling is a legitimate one, and that's why the cash bond is proposed rather than some type of other type of bond obligation.
That answers my question. Thank you.
I had questions about your intentions to modify your property in your February 2021 letter that you were looking to, at the last meeting, I encouraged you to work with staff on your business expansion plans, and then I was concerned that the extension of the temporary requirements would merge into sort of this blurring of expanding your business while trying to address COVID, but it seems like you're not going to be able to update your building at all this year or even get started on it. Is that true?
Yeah, I think, I'll be honest, it's been a bit of an unpredictable environment for, what's been happening. And I began the process as a new commercial business owner of engaging architects and getting drawings made for a full, 2 or 3 story plan. And, it rapidly becomes quite expensive, even if you think you're sort of upcycling containers and you have an interesting artistic plan with a lot of greenery, it still manages to become quite expensive. And so I think as Carol and I as business owners have just decided that, we're going to do what we can with our resources for this, for the health crisis that we're in here, and not really build a building and pay developers a whole like $1.5 million right now. So that's just, reality for us, is we're just choosing that as not a way to proceed with our resources. And we are aware, by November, we'll have these containers off the location, and any that we do move in that maybe are approved today also have to be moved. That's fully our intention. We don't want to make an unattractive, southern entrance to the city by any means. And, we hope that these, we've reached out to the Ferndale Beautification Commission, just initially to find out about art we could put on them. So we're sort of, aware that, maybe some of the concerns of this being extended, and it isn't our plan to do that. We're prepared to move them. I think it's maybe 6 months from now or less now. So, yeah, we hope to do a gorgeous building. We just kind of have to think about, we're just 2 small business owners here as well. And their buildings are expensive. We're learning.
So just let me reiterate what I'm hearing is that from February 25th, your plans have changed to redo the building because of cost and expenses, but you're still planning to remove everything, and it's still temporary, because temporary is till November 30th. But there is an extension in this that you have 30 days to request an extension, which would not make it temporary. It would be extending. So I guess the question is, how long is temporary?
If I could just, on that potential extension, that's up to the discretion of council. It just provides that the applicant could request that. That is not an entitlement of the applicant.
No. We expected that if, let's say, the pandemic gets way worse, and we would request if you guys would be comfortable with us having an extra 30 days or something. Totally up to you guys. And if it's not, then we plan to move everything off. I think it just was sort of giving, taking into account that this is what we're doing and using these for is just sort of a part of a health problem that we're all coping with. Yeah. And we hope that it's all done by November. And, but either way, it will be up to council what we do at that point.
Okay. And then my other question is, I'm not understanding the connection here. So our city is very piped into the county health services with vaccination and testing and FEMA. It seems like your business is connected to the state and unrelated to those other avenues. And so can you talk a little bit more about how this is working? Because I'm confused. Why a separate testing site is needed when we have testing sites all over the place run by FEMA?
Well, I think there are public and there are like independent laboratories all over the place that are doing lots of work right now. There was huge problems with, long-term care facilities in the state. So we've been receiving lots and lots of samples from them. The state was reimbursing that effort. So every week, all staff and residents at long-term care facilities in the entire state. So we were, helping folks in the Upper Peninsula, for example. They would be sending us batches of samples, having outbreaks in their facilities that were very scary. We were very fast turnaround times, which they appreciated. So there are kind of like lots of different efforts underway. For example, when folks go to the HHS site, enter in their zip code looking for a testing facility, there's a state-run map, and that will identify our labs and other labs that might be closer to the folks and where they could schedule an appointment quickly if there's an opening. We are involved in, there's a kindergarten to grade 12 screening program that is, being done in other states, and it's sort of been in discussion with the governor's office that this is a program that could be picked up here. Municipalities or counties can do that independently. So they can, we've been sort of, we spoke at the Oakland Schools school board meeting, letting them know that we are totally FDA authorized to do 25 swab to 1 tube screening program, special program that is funded by the federal government. So a classroom could have all of their students screened, 25 kids self-swab. It's a program all across the state of Massachusetts now. Goes into 1 tube, and that tube's brought to our lab. We've been validated to run that type of sampling, and we then return a result to the class. And so the whole school can run because every week every class is tested. So we've kind of been trying to do a bit of outreach to let folks know that we can do this, while we're also just trying to kind of do what we do. But there's sort of a lot of different efforts. There's also just travelers as well that are trying to internationally travel. Everyone now requires a test. It's very difficult to get those in short turnaround times. So there's lots of different things going on right now. But no, we're not, we're an independent laboratory, and those have been just sort of like, I think, identified by different municipalities or counties to assist in different ways.
I know the resolution, I think, referenced the state of Michigan or the health department. Do you have a written recommendation from the state of Michigan? Or something that indicates that you're a partner with the state?
Well, I have correspondence with the state laboratory. They've given us donated supplies. FEMA has as well. And we provide positive samples for sequencing so they can trace back the different strains. That's just sort of like our lab helping their lab, and they help us kind of thing. I don't have like an official anything other than that I can think of. We're just sort of trying. We weren't a COVID lab before the pandemic. We came into this because we knew that, the governor said anyone that could help should help. And so we changed from a PFAS testing R&D laboratory as well into this because it was just, ethical to get involved in the way that, whatever way we could. So that's what we have been doing here.
Thank you. Are there any more questions from council? right, we would need a motion to move forward for discussion.
I move that we approve the resolution for the temporary moratorium of zoning requirements to permit temporary office uses for a COVID-19 testing laboratory at 150 and 200 Livernois and COVID-19 testing facility at 1600 West 8 Mile as submitted by the CED Director.
I'd offer an amendment if the movement will accept it. I think staff indicated that we would need to include in the motion language, including a refundable $5,000 bond to ensure removal of the temporary structures at the expiration of the temporary moratorium.
Would you accept that amendment?
I accept that amendment.
Then I'll second your motion.
We have a moved by Mayor Pro Tem Leaks May and seconded by Councilwoman James. Madam Clerk, or discussion, further discussion from council? All right, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Mikulski?
Yes.
Councilmember Polika?
Yes.
Councilmember James?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Leaks May?
Yes.
And Mayor Piana?
Yes. So I wish you good luck. I hope that the pandemic ends sooner rather than later so that the testing facility isn't needed. And like I said the last time, I feel like the city's been really accommodating to help you support your business shift to accommodate testing. But I feel like we're reaching the limits of what allowable things are temporary and expansion. At least that's my opinion of myself. Can't speak on other council members. So I hope that this is the end of asking for extensions and expansions.
I do too.
So,
You're muted, Mayor.
all right, you guys. I go to bed by 9:15 because I get up at 5:15. So things are falling through the cracks. All right. 8B, consideration of replacement of street sweeper through Bell equipment in the amount of $228,313.75. And I'm assuming this is our Deputy Director of DPW.
That's correct.
Welcome,
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So we are looking forward to keeping up with our replacement schedule that we have built into our fleet management policy here at the City of Ferndale. And part of that is on the docket tonight is the consideration of replacing one of our older street sweepers. Now, we are fortunate enough to run 2 street sweepers, which we would like to, per our fleet management policy, replace every 10 years. So it has us actually on a good schedule because it allows us to replace one every 5 years. So we're always rotating in a new piece of equipment. The nature of the work that the street sweepers do is pretty rough on them with all the moving parts, the dust, and everything else that goes into them. But they really are important to some of the core services that we provide here in the City of Ferndale. So the current sweeper that we're looking to replace is an Elgin Pelican sweeper. It's a 3-wheeled sweeper that allows for a tight turning radius. And our current sweeper is a 2009. It's got roughly 23,000 miles on it and just over 6,000 engine hours. So over the years, this thing has started to rack up some maintenance dollars with the age and the nature of the work that it does. So over the past year, we began looking at, do we want to replace this with another Elgin? It's really popular with our crew, and what other options are available out there to us. So our crews, they're the ones that are operating these pieces of equipment. So we really have a cohesive council effort or team effort in choosing these new pieces of equipment. So we did demo a couple, and overall we did land on the Elgin Pelican sweeper that we would purchase through Bell Equipment under our My Deal competitive state contract. And the overall cost of that sweeper is $228,000. One thing I would like to note with council, because I know, with the climate action plan coming up and the sustainability goals that we want to look at as an organization, is we were able to find one company that does produce an electric street sweeper right now at this time. Although we did not demo the electric version of it, we did demo the diesel version, and we did enjoy it. To kind of put it in perspective to how we still have some time to come, and hopefully 5 years from now when we're replacing the other one, we're talking about an electric sweeper. The price that we brought forth tonight is $228,000 for this street sweeper, and this electric one that we were able to get a quote on came out to about $650,000 for that street sweeper. So with the hopes that as technology continues to advance over the years, those prices will come down. So one of the other things that, Cheryl and I have spoken about with our budget is, this item was originally budgeted to be an outright purchase. We budgeted $250,000 for this. To remain flexible with cash flow, we did look at a 5-year financing for this piece of equipment. And we obtained 2 quotes, one for Comerica, which we have a lot of debt service with for equipment. We were also able to actually obtain a quote from Credit Union 1, which was something that council expressed in the past, but Credit Union 1 was not able to do at that time because they did not have a commercial lending component to them. But after some acquisitions, they're now able to offer that. So they were able to offer an interest rate at 1.75%, which is quite favorable right now. Apparently they have more money than they know what to do with, and they would like to quit taking deposits. So overall, DPW is requesting that council consider allowing us to replace our sweeper with a new Elgin through Bell Equipment that is under our, the state's My Deal competitively bid contract, for that cost of the sweeper being $228,000 and $313.75.
Thanks, Dan. Are there any questions from council?
The chair, I have a quick question. With our old sweeper, are we going to offload that and sell that and recoup some of our overall expense for replacing this with a new sweeper?
Yes, once we eventually receive delivery, which should be sometime midsummer, hopefully pending no additional supply chain disruptions. There's been quite a few of them in the equipment automotive industry these days. We did look at a trade-in value on that sweeper. It was only about $8,000 that they were going to offer for a trade-in. So we're going to elect to keep that and then sell it privately through public auction like we do for the rest of our vehicles.
All right. Seeing no other questions, we need a motion.
Through the chair, I'm sorry, I do have a question. Councilwoman Mikulski stole my first one, but I heard you say 2 things that piqued my interest. One was that the current oldest sweeper is starting to rack up some maintenance costs. And then the other thing that I heard that was of interest was that it sounds like once you put in an order, it takes quite some time to fulfill. So sort of in the interest of figuring out how to sort of maximize our budget and trim where we can. This is sort of a vague question, and I'm sorry that it's bad, but do you have access or handy what the recent maintenance costs have been? And are they getting to the point where it's cost prohibitive to keep an old machine going? And it's just time to invest in a new one. And, ultimately, I guess my question is, can we try to, squeeze another year out of these machines, or do we end up throwing good money after bad?
Well, no, that is a good question. So right now, from my understanding with Elgin and the equipment build out, it's roughly July, August that we would see a replacement if it is approved tonight. This sweeper over the last year has racked about $8,000, give or take, in maintenance costs. The tough thing with our larger pieces of equipment is, you think about your personal vehicle, you go and get brakes, you get your brakes done at the dealership. It might do you for a few $100s. Well, you can't get out of the room for less than $1,000 on these bigger pieces of equipment. So when you do have what may seem not that significant of a repair that needs to occur, it can be a $4,000 repair cost. We think we've really tackled some of the major components on this piece of equipment that can last us for some time to come. At some point, we will be throwing good money after bad. And, overall, we're about to mark this piece of equipment, and it would be our recommendation that, time that we do upgrade, we get something new in there, because not only is it repair costs, it's also downtime. And that additional downtime means that we don't have two street sweepers that can go out on the road. We're dealing with one. And if we get so lucky to have an issue with both of them, then we're talking about rental costs, and a rental sweeper for a month is, you're talking $5,000.
Thank you.
All right, we would need a motion to proceed.
I move that we approve the purchase of a replacement street sweeper from Bell Equipment in the amount of $228,313.75, with the expense to be charged to the Sanitation Fund, Capital Outlay Vehicle Purchase, account number 226-000-977.500, as submitted by the DPW Deputy Director.
Support.
Moved by Polika, supported by Mikulski. Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Polika?
Yes.
Councilmember James?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Leaks May?
Yes.
Councilmember Mikulski?
Yes.
And Mayor Piana?
Yes, and that is approved unanimously. Moving on to 8C is the consideration of replacing lead service lines under the South Oakland County Water Authority service line replacement contract in the estimated amount of $716,319. Welcome back, Dan.
Thank you, Mayor. So this ask right here is to allow us to go above and beyond what we're going to be able to do this year with the Drinking Water Revolving Loan Fund. So as many of you may recall, over the past year, we've been talking a lot about the lead service line topic. And one of the options that we have available to us is to utilize the South Oakland County Water Authority's service line replacement contract, because we did join in on them during the RFP process that was a year ago this time. And that contract was ultimately awarded to D'Angelo Brothers, who, one of their kind of niches is lead service line replacements, and they do a lot of water main work. So we've been fortunate enough to have D'Angelo do water main work for us, and they did some service line work for us on a couple water main projects. So we would like to leverage the dollars that were budgeted for lead service line replacements in the budget this year to roughly allow us to increase the number that we're going to replace this year by about 38%. So this is going to help us replace more lead service lines over the course of the next few years, while also allowing us to put that emphasis of public health is our priority, and we really want to exercise the option of using these unspent budgeted funds to really push the goal of getting our service lines replaced as soon as possible. So we would like to recommend that we are able to utilize these funds. We're estimating that we'll be using these dollars to replace service lines on West Troy and Ardmore. Should be an estimated amount about $716,000, as long as all of our assumptions remain true. As we go through the construction process, going off the information that we know today. Overall, the total dollar value that was set aside for verifications and service line replacements that's available in fiscal year 2021 is $850,000. So, at that, I will leave it up to questions of council.
Thanks, Dan. And opening it up for questions from council. This is what, the second or third conversation we've had about this. So here the contract is in front of us. What are your questions at this time?
So through the chair, and I believe you said West Troy and Ardmore were the streets that were being considered for the lead service line replacement. Are those also streets that are going to have construction and resurfacing this year?
We will be doing resurfacing on these streets this year.
Okay. That was primarily my concern. I've heard a lot of concerns about us doing lead service line replacement on streets that had previously been resurfaced, or not doing lead service line replacement on streets that are going through the resurfacing process. And it's one of those things that from the outside looking in, we would hope that there's as much operational efficiencies that we can gain as possible. So anytime that a street's being resurfaced, if we can take advantage of that opportunity and do the lead service line replacement during that, that would make the most sense. Again, just looking from the outside, looking in. But it sounds like that's what you're doing. So that satisfies me. Thank you.
I had one follow-up question on that, just for clarity. Because there's limitations on how much we can change out given our funding limitations, are there any streets, while we are aligning all of the lead replacements with streets getting repaved, are there any streets getting repaved where we don't have enough money to do lead replacement as part of the street replacing program? It just doesn't go far enough. It's not a one-to-one match of lead line replacement with street repaving. Does that make sense? Am I saying that right?
Yeah, absolutely. No, you are correct in that statement. We do not have the funds nor the time available to us to tackle all those replacements on those streets that work is going to be done. So what we also look at is the streets that have newer water main on them that we will not have to do street cuts on and do road restoration, and we'll be mostly working in the green belt. So we can, those replacements that do not require a street cut are less expensive than those that do. So it allows us to still replace an additional number of lead service lines per year while balancing out both of the funding that we have available, the timing that we have to do these replacements, and making sure that we're getting work done all over the city versus just certain sections of the city. So, just like with our paving programs, the love's being spread all throughout Ferndale.
Okay, so it is conceivable that people will see their lead lines replaced, their streets not getting repaved. No, their street's getting repaved, but they're not getting a lead line replaced at that time. Is that correct?
That is correct. The first year is going to be a bit of a challenge for us with the kind of the uncertainty in funding that we had over the past year as we worked through these unfortunately long processes that are required for like the drinking water revolving loan fund. But you know, the goal in it all is to get out ahead of our future paving projects. So then, you know, we're not necessarily doing as intensive road restoration in year one, but we're following that back up when we're doing that road restoration in, you know, for 2022.
Okay. And so my follow-up question is that, are we letting the homeowners who are streets getting repaved, who are not getting lead line replacement, to let them know that that's happening because our funds for replacement don't stretch that far enough this year to do that? Because I think there's going to be some confusion. They're going to see everybody getting their lead lines replaced with their street repaired, but theirs isn't targeted for that. And then second, it would be helpful to know which streets are slated to have that happen to them or be part of that process, just so we're aware, so that when calls come in or questions come in, council is appropriately equipped with the information to address residents who may have questions. We'll also redirect them to staff, but we'll be able to answer.
Through the chair, we'll review the all of our resources currently published on the lead service line replacement placed on the website and make sure that those questions are answered. I think most of them are.
Okay.
A quick question through the chair, if there wasn't still one pending.
No, mine were both answered.
Okay, so if this is approved, we have a 7% minimum benchmark that must be met by state statute. If this is approved and we meet the goals essentially that we've allocated, what would be our percentage of replacements in our first year?
So our first year requirement is that we replace 413 service lines, but we're not working with a full year. We have to have those replacements completed by September 30th. So we really want to meet that 7% by September 30th of this year. And then once we get that full year underneath our belt, I'm confident that we can hit that 12% mark for replacements. And, you know, while that 7% is our target, once let's say we hit that 7% number, that 413 in August, we're not going to stop and call it a day and, hey, nice job. We're just going to keep working and go above and beyond that.
Gotcha. Thank you.
All right. Council, no other questions? We'll need a motion.
Mayor, I move to approve the replacement of lead service lines under the South Oakland County Water Authority replacement contract in the estimated amount of $716,319. The expense to be charged to Water Fund Capital Outlay account number 592000977.000 and approve the city manager to sign contract documents following approval by the city attorney.
Support.
Support.
Moved by James, supported by Polika. Madam Clerk.
Councilmember James?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Leaks May?
Yes.
Councilmember Mikulski?
Yes.
Councilmember Polika?
Yes.
And Mayor Piana?
Yes, and that passes. And moving on to the final item on the regular agenda, 8D, consideration of facilities condition assessment for 10 municipal facilities by Bureau Veritas Technical Assessments, LLC for $70,000.
Through the chair, our facilities manager, James Jamison, will introduce us. James, are you able to speak?
Yep, I'm here, Joe. Thank you for the introduction, and thanks everyone for staying up late to talk about this item. It's getting late, obviously, so I'll be brief. City buildings are old. Most were built between 1920 and 1960. The services provided by the departments located within these facilities have changed dramatically since the buildings were built, as has the nature of local government. Many of the building mechanical systems are old and reaching the end of their useful service lives. Technological and regulatory progress has advanced considerably in the last 60 years. Nearly all city buildings were designed and built well before the Americans with Disabilities Act in 1990 became law. Building and fire code has changed. Energy efficiency was not a concept when buildings were first developed, nor was the internet. While most administrators understand that city facilities need improvement, the total cost of these deficiencies are mostly unknown. Smart facility planning is always reliant on good data. A facilities condition assessment is a necessary first step for a strategic facility plan that will look at the next 20 years of facility spending. The International Facility Managers Association suggests using an outside group of experts to ensure the objectivity of the data and to make sure that data influences decisions rather than the decisions influencing the data. An RFP for a comprehensive facility condition assessment and strategic facility plan was published in January. Qualified bids were submitted in early March. After reviewing the 3 qualified proposals, the facilities planning team recommends Bureau Veritas be awarded the contract. I'd like to hand over the floor to Cheyenne to introduce himself and his team and give a brief explanation of the process.
Thank you, everybody. My name is, thank you. My name is Cheyenne Irby. I'm an Associate Vice President of the Asset Management Division. That's the division that deals with municipal clients. And our division, we center our division around completing assessments for the purpose of future capital planning in regards to future maintenance planning, as well as future capital spending related to building deficiencies, related to building code, related to ADA issues, as well as energy improvement. That kind of pretty much covers what we're going to be doing. Additionally, we will be looking at space utilization, how the city utilizes their spaces. Are there improvements that need to be made? Do you need to reconfigure your spaces, or do you need to think about utilizing your buildings differently? We're going to be providing these assessments in a written report, as well as database deliverable, which will allow the city to slice and dice our data as they see fit for planning purposes. Are there any questions related to the facility condition assessment?
Does your explanation include the energy audit, or is that something else you're going to talk about separately?
It is. The facility condition assessment includes an energy audit, a space utilization study, as well as preventative maintenance schedule creation. So what that is what we're doing. We're going to be taking an inventory of all mechanical equipment, and we're going to be running maintenance protocols to help streamline your maintenance efforts.
And how would you describe our maintenance efforts now? Just so I have a baseline reference.
So a great question. And you're not what we commonly see is costs are always going up, and you're always having to scrape around to find where we're going to find the labor to fund these issues. What the preventative maintenance schedules also create is they also give you a analysis of labor requirements. So we could calibrate how much labor you're going to need, labor hours you're going to need in order to accomplish preventative maintenance throughout the city. So we can consult with your public works to fine tune that based off our findings from the assessment.
All right. Joe, do you have any comments on how we do facility planning now?
I'd say,
Or game?
James addressed his area of expertise. I could say mostly we've been reactive, and I don't believe we have a record of a facilities condition assessment available to us. So I don't know that this has been done.
No, I've done some digging and I haven't really found anything that's comprehensive that has looked at the entire facility, all the mechanical systems, at least within the last 20 or 30 years. We've done a little bit of piecemeal building studies, like at the fire stations, at Kulik Center. We did some energy auditing in 2003 that was helpful at the time, but most of that data is kind of not as helpful now because the situation has changed in all of our facilities. And really, this is a first step to try to address not just what's urgent, as Joe said, that's the reactive maintenance, but what we want to look at is in the future what needs to be replaced and kind of get an idea of all the equipment and everything else and put together a plan so we're not replacing anything that doesn't need to be replaced sooner than it needs to be replaced, and we're not waiting to replace anything until it's more costly to replace because it stops working.
Okay. So basically, we're spending some money now for a really comprehensive assessment so that we're better utilizing city dollars, just tax dollars going forward.
Right. We want to make sure that every decision we make in facility spending is data driven. And the IFMA, which is the industry standard, suggests that comprehensive facility condition assessments be done for individual facilities every 5 to 10 years.
All right. Those are my questions. Are there any other questions from council?
Cheyenne, it might be helpful if you could go over the timeline. I'm trying to find it in your proposal, but I'm not.
Oh, I did have a question about that. It's shifted because it was based off of the council approving the contract in March and ending in June. But since we're approving now in April, how would this shift in terms of completion?
I would say I have the timeline right here. I can pull it. I have it in front of me. Where is it? Oh, here we go. Based off approval, we can start the on-site assessments within 2 to 3 weeks of notice to proceed. And the on-sites are for the building portfolio that you have right now. The on-sites will take about 5 to 8 days. So we'll be there. We'll be in James will be with us, touring the buildings, and then there will be another 15 to 20 days of report writing and database creation, and then after that, there's a back and forth between us and draft review. So total project turnaround is you're looking about 50 to 60 days.
Okay, and that puts us back in July or August?
Yes, it puts us toward the tail end of summer.
Okay.
Through the chair, I would also point out Eric Whittel, the city sustainability planner, was involved and included on any decision making, and so all this data will be rolled up into the climate action plan. It's just baseline data that we don't have today that will be meaningful for the MLUP and the climate action plan.
Yep.
Yeah, you guys already have all your buildings within the energy portfolio manager. So we'll be reviewing all those buildings, and then we'll be updating all the data as we see fit from as results of the energy audit.
Great. Any councils?
I have a few questions through the chair. One, does your assessment, well, let me preface this by saying I've learned a bit over the last few years that sort of baseline ADA compliance is sort of a floor, and a fairly low floor when it comes to actual accessibility. And so my question is, will your assessment look strictly at ADA compliance, or will it go beyond that and look at sort of more inclusive accessibility, if you catch my distinction?
Councilperson, if I could answer that, I believe Cheyenne's Bureau Veritas is going to look at ADA compliance. Beyond that, it is our facility program that will look at sustainability and like going above and beyond ADA compliance to reach a inclusion standard. That's something that we will do through our department.
Okay. Thank you for that. And I guess similarly, you know, we've learned in the last year how important ventilation is, something that I never gave much thought to before. Is that included in the assessment?
Yeah, great question. Now we're in different times now, and yes, it is. We do look at all things related to HVAC equipment. Example is we recently got done with citywide assessments of Chicago public schools, where we went through and evaluated all HVAC and air quality issues throughout every school. And for your assessment, we take that into account as well as air quality and ventilation.
All right. See no further questions. Motion?
I move that we approve the facilities condition assessment for 10 municipal facilities by Bureau Veritas Technical Assessments, LLC for $70,000 with the expense charged to General Fund Facilities Maintenance Capital Improvement 101-265-977.000 as submitted by DPW Facilities Manager, and approve the DPW Facilities Manager to sign agreement with Bureau Veritas Technical Assessments, LLC after approval by City Attorney.
Support.
Moved by Polika and supported by Leaks May. Madam Clerk?
I'd like to just say a couple of comments. So when I first came on council in 2014, I really wanted to have this work done back then. I thought it was important because even then I knew that we were going to have long-term viability issues with our DPW buildings and our community center building. And we needed to know what, you know, are we looking at replacement in 5 years, 10 years, 20 years? We don't know that. So I really wanted to have this project for the last 7 years, and I'm thrilled that we can now have a complete assessment of where we stand with our buildings and make them a priority over the next decade.
Thank you, Councilman. Madam Clerk?
Mayor Protem Leaks May.
Yes.
Councilmember Mikulski.
Yes.
Councilmember Polika.
Yes.
Councilmember James.
Yes.
And Mayor Piana.
Yes. And that concludes our regular agenda. And we are now moving on to call to council, starting with the city manager. And I'll let you take it away.
Thank you, Mayor. I do recognize the hour, so I will have some brief public interest comments. First one leading it off is Dan Antosik. Dan, can you give us some updates on some DPW services that kick-started in April?
Yes, absolutely. Many of you are probably well aware that yard waste season curbside is back. You can place your curbside yard waste to the curb, pending it is in a labeled container with a yard waste compost sticker. You can get those from the DPW if you do not have one, or in a brown yard waste bag. Additionally, everyone's favorite time of year, compost is back out in the parks, and it is available at DPW. As those stockpiles deplenish, we will be replenishing those. And this week kicked off construction season for us, so you will see local paving starting up, lead service line replacement starting up, and in a few weeks we'll have water main. And I would encourage anyone that wants to know where we're currently at with our local paving program to visit www.ferndalepaving.com. We'll be giving weekly schedule updates for the work that's going to be taking place on your street. Or if you're wondering what's happening a block to the east or a block to the west, please visit that website or give us a call at the DPW. And that's all I have for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. We'll make sure that we're plugging that information. That's a great new website tool that you guys delivered this year. The second update is going to be from Jordan Twardy. He has several updates on behalf of his staff. Jordan?
Thank you, Joe, Mayor, Council. These will be quick, though. Just a couple COVID-safe, socially distanced engagement opportunities coming up at the end of the month here. The first is for Earth Day, which is April 22nd of this year. We've arranged for a scavenger hunt to celebrate the launch of Bike Month. So it'll be an opportunity to engage throughout the city in a way that is safe, obviously during a pandemic, but want to acknowledge Earth Day and the launch of Bike Month in May. The second is on Arbor Day, April 30th. We are going to have a tree planting event, and those are being organized again to be COVID safe. For both events, if you're interested in engaging, reach out to us in one of two ways. You can either call the CED department and reach us at 248-336-4370. Again, that's 248-336-4370. Or you can email us at CED, like our department, at ferndalemI.gov, and we can give you all the details. And there's also going to be some social media content that the communications department's working on with us that's going to go out as well. So you'll catch it on social media, or you can reach out to our department if you want to get engaged on those two. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Jordan. And I will close with just a reminder. We will be presenting the budget for adoption at the next meeting per the charter. So anyone who didn't have questions answered today, or if you have follow-up, just shoot us a message at information@ferndalemI.gov, and we will respond to you as soon as possible. And you'll also look for some communications from the fire chief about burn permits this month. It is a fire pit season, as we know, with this nice weather and the later nights. So we'll have some information about that as well. Mayor, back to you.
Thank you. Thank you, staff, for everything tonight and staying with us so late. Now we're moving on to City Council for Call to Council. And I really don't remember who I started with at the last meeting, so I'm just going to go with Councilman Polika tonight.
Real quick, I just want to congratulate Mayor Piana and her husband Jim on winning the road rally on Saturday. It was a really, really fun event to support Ferndale Pride. Our team came in second, but really, really close behind. But congrats! It was really a great day, and the weather was perfect for it. So looking forward to having more events like that in our downtown. So that's all I have.
My goal was to beat you.
You did.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem Leaks May.
Yes, just one thing. It's a comment, really. I would like to extend my gratitude for the city, the police department, the fire department's willingness to collaborate with the Ferndale Accessibility Inclusion Commission, as well as the autism advocacy groups to help educate us regarding acceptance and sensitivity towards individuals with autism. I'm proud that we have chosen to work together with the end goal of making Ferndale more inclusive to our ASD population and the voices of ASD to the table. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Mikulski.
Just one item tonight. So I wanted to make sure that the public was aware of 2 virtual public listening sessions on the EPA lead and copper rule revisions. Those are going to be on April 28th and May 5th. I'd like to encourage community input at these sessions. Community input would potentially be considered in revisions to the federal rule, which would further improve public health protection in Michigan as well as around the country. So I will share that on my City Council Facebook page and my personal Facebook page and push that out there into the community so that people can weigh in appropriately. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman James.
Just very briefly, last Thursday, I held a community discussion about the exciting topic of stormwater infrastructure and flooding. I was actually pretty impressed that there was, more than just my next door neighbors on the discussion. I believe it was recorded. I'm hopeful that that can be pushed out like on our YouTube channel or something like that. As soon as I know where folks can access it, I will share it for those who weren't able to attend. And this was sort of the relaunch of community discussions that I'd planned for last year, but literally got paused right at the beginning of March 2020. Lots of other things came up last year. So I'm relaunching it this year. Hope to have my next session probably in June. So watch for more to come. Oh, and thank you very much, Deputy Director of DPW, Dan Antosik, and our Environmental Sustainability Planner, Aaron Quittel, and Assistant City Manager, Kyle Paulette, for assisting me with that event last week. I greatly appreciate it.
Thank you very much. And I wanted to close tonight with reinforcing staying safe through the pandemic. We are seeing a significant surge in the number of cases right now across Michigan, highlighted in Oakland County and the thumb of Michigan. And so I know that we are all really kind of sick and tired of the pandemic. But I also know we're also still very concerned about the health and safety of others, with our family members, with our friends. And these two tensions really are introducing really sort of hard conversations within my network, within my family, about what we should be doing as some people get vaccinated, like my parents who've been vaccinated for 2 months, and I just started getting vaccinated. So how do you manage all of these transitions and shifting within your own little pod and circle of, getting back to a little bit of normal life, but while still doing practicing safety protocols so that the broader community can stay safe as well. So I want to remind everybody tonight to please remember to wear your mask if you are vaccinated, so that when you're out in public, that you're keeping those else around you as safe until we hear more direction from the federal government, the CDC, about when someone who's been vaccinated does no longer have to wear a mask. But it's my understanding we are under direction to still wear masks, even if you're vaccinated out in public or indoors in a public setting, unless you are eating at a restaurant. It's been really challenging. We've shifted every month for the last 12 months of new rules, new understandings, new interpretations as this pandemic sort of took a foothold and grew and changed and morphed, and it's still doing all of that. And we just have to take it day by day and listen to what the state is doing in the CDC. And now we're being asked to do personal accountability and responsibility to do our part, even more than what we've done in the past. And so this is what I think everybody has been asking for. Like, why do we need restrictions? It's up to us. Well, it's up to us to make sure we don't surge our hospitals and our health system with more COVID patients and putting the stress on our frontline workers who are really the ones who are exhausted out of everybody taking care of people, and they're doing it the best they can. So be mindful, think of others, and if you don't know, find the right resource. They're everywhere on the county, the state. Our website at the city has a great resource. But it requires to stay on top of the changing nature of what we're hearing from our government and the news. So with that, everybody, please still wear your mask, be safe, social distance, wash your hands. Everybody, a good night. It's 11:09. I'm calling this quits at the end of our council meeting. Thank you, everybody, for participating and lending your voice to tonight's discussion. Have a good one.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Good night.
Right.